there's still somebody in that smoke. They can peek at that molly, push from across the field. Now, Vale.
The Bucky versus Bayo here. The Bucky crawling up. Tensa has the intel. Tensa is crawling. Tensa's like, he's right here, he's right here. The grenade from the Bucky!
Hello, everyone, and welcome back for the final day of Super Weekend number 2 here at PMPL North America Season number 2. Who will get the last bit of points before we head back to league play? Let's find out together. Hi, everyone. I'm your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez, and I'll be leading us through all the action. But to break down all the big moments, big plays, and chicken dinners, I got on the desk the best desk in PMPL. It's the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion. 7, how's it going, my man?
It's going great, man. I'm glad to have you back. I got to like some of your social media stuff. If you guys haven't followed already, Digon on Twitter, go ahead and hit him with a follow. He's doing some awesome stuff. How about you, Glitter? How are you doing today?
I'm excited. I'm excited to see how our final day of the Super Weekend goes. It's really going to set the stage for our final week of league play, and we're going to hopefully see some more impressive performances out of those teams that really turned it on yesterday.
Yeah, again, we'll be definitely diving into some of those storylines that were created in day number 2. But again, it's your first time watching the show. Let's take a look at the format of PMPL North America Season number 2. During the week, teams play 2 matches during league play to take our group of 20 teams down to 16 teams. The 16 teams that get the most points will qualify for Super Weekend. So we had a Super Weekend last weekend, we had a Super Weekend this weekend, and we have one more Super Weekend next weekend where they get to play 5 matches per day and collect points during Super Weekend. And the teams that collect the most points during Super Weekends 1, 2, and 3 will be added together and joining the finals, where we'll have the best 16 teams in North America playing a 3-day challenge. Now, what are they playing for? Well, Glitter, I kind of like to know what it's what they're playing for. It's the Skrilla. It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of cash, Digon. $150,000 in total on the line for all of our players. But of course, the big chunk, $45,000 on the line every single Super Weekend. $45,000 across all 3, $15,000 at a time, $1,000 per chicken dinner. And we saw a lot of teams really starting kind of to rake in all of that cash with their repeated chicken dinners here over our first 2 Super Weekends so far. So we're going to see if any more additional money will be added onto those stacks of cash for the likes of XSET, Nova, etc. And then, of course, all of our teams that do make it into our finals, that first place team, that champion, will be taking home an additional $10,000 in their pocket. And I mean, we were talking about it yesterday, Digon. There's a potential for somebody like XSET to get $10K in chicken dinners and then $10K if they're the champion.
Yeah, well, they're halfway there with 5 wins, but how have they been winning, and what does that mean for their point total? Well, we'll send it on over to my main man, 7, to break down the points that these teams will be able to collect.
That's right. XSET, I mean, we have seen them get a lot of those chicken dinners, get those 15 points in first place. But not only that, we've been able to see them actually frag out a lot and be able to collect one of my favorites, that 1 point per 1 kill. And even if they do end up in 13 on 16 with the 0 placement points, they're able to make up for it with the kill points, which is really nice.
Yeah, it is super nice. And, you know, we've gotten to know some of these teams so far throughout all of league play. But again, only 16 teams can make it to Super Weekend. So let's take a look at the teams that have made it for Super Weekend number 2. Missing our boring protocol, missing are the Illuminati, and missing are Mazexis. But here's our other teams that did qualify on in. Yo was one of our new ones. WallStreetBets and Dope Esports LLC. We welcome them on day one. We'll take a deeper look at how they've done so far in just a little bit. But man, we've got some heavy hitters in this lobby starting to show up. We could take a look at that with the overall leaderboard here. XSET obviously has made a great name for themselves with 286 points, 5 chicken dinners. But right on their heels is Nova here, Glitter.
Yeah, and honestly, after their performance yesterday, Nova is very deserving of that second place position. XSET able to pick it up on day 2 in comparison to their day 1 performance and hold on to that first place spot. So that was nice to see out of them. Ghost Gaming slowly chipping away at a lot of points. They've moved themselves from 8th to 3rd now overall. So this is huge for them. And that final performance that we saw yesterday out of 19 Esports 7, getting them into 4th place above the Panthers, who have kind of struggled here a little bit so far.
Yeah, the Panthers definitely struggled yesterday. 19 Esports saw one of their rising stars, Acer, actually being able to show up yesterday in a big way. We'll be able to see that a little bit later today. Another team that was actually able to step it up yesterday was our old friends Ogilvy. They were able to get back-to-back second place today. I know they're definitely looking to get that first place and that extra $1,000. That's the team that I'm going to be looking at. We have Knights there with 208 points. And this is actually a huge drop-off that I want you guys to keep in mind between 7th and 8th place. Almost a 38-point drop-off. We do have BTOWN Esports, which finally showed up as well yesterday. 170 points as we do go here towards the second page. And, I mean, we have Syndicate, we have Lazarus, we have Mazexis now starting to move down, which I still have them predicted at 13th place by the end of the day. And then we do have WallStreetBets, which now, even though they're on their first super weekend, they were finally able to pass the Illuminati there with 62 points, which I think it's huge, Glitter.
Yeah, it's a nice little bit of extra points they got there for themselves yesterday. So like you're saying, then are 4 points above the Illuminati. So if we were to call it today, they would technically be making through to finals. But of course, we have the rest of today. One more super weekend opportunity for people to be earning points. And Boring Protocol definitely has WallStreetBets on their tails. And Yo is not too far behind the Illuminati. So depending on how today goes, we could still see some more shakeups down there at the bottom of our top 16.
All right. Well, again, final day of Super Weekend, and I kind of want to know, you all at home, who's going to be the biggest mover and shaker up the leaderboards? Use the hashtag PMPL across all your social media platform and let me know who will score the most points on the final day of Super Weekend number 2. Use that in YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, anywhere where conversations are had. Hashtag PMPL. Who will be the biggest climber in day number 3? All right, let's set the table for day number 3 with our first storyline. Yesterday, it was Nova. They're on the rise. Rin gunning for MVP. I read it just like it was written. And Glitter, this team is now starting to fine-tune the way that they're playing and how good they're playing.
Yeah, I mean, yesterday was a phenomenal showing for Nova. I mean, when I went back, I didn't realize just how actually consistent they were because we just kind of got used to them being in those top moments. But Nova actually ended up with 4 out of 5 games being top 4 placements yesterday. It does not get more consistent with that. We can see here Rin with insane damage and kill stats and knockout stats for this team. I mean, the fact that he's almost at 10k damage is huge for this squad. And yes, his numbers make the rest of the numbers for this team look not as impressive, but that's what's even scarier, because the fact that you've got every other member of this team practically at 4k damage, and Yi has 5 less matches played than YDD. He's got 15 less than Memory and G-Fun. So the fact that Yi has also had an incredibly standout performance for this team. I mean, right now, they are the squad that I'm keeping my eyes on all day here, Seven.
They definitely are, and I'm so happy that you mentioned there, Yi, because the performance that he's been able to kind of match from YDD has been absolutely outstanding. I do want to give YDD some props, though, because we always talk about this. We always talk about a team being able to have a great sub, and so far, Nova has been able to do that. Now, I do want to take a closer look at Rin's stats because that man, as you mentioned it, he's been on a roll. I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we do end up seeing him as the MVP for this Super Weekend. We see him truly leading in damage. He's not leading in kills, but boy, has he had some amazing performances. And I'm thinking about just day one of this Super Weekend where he was able to just absolutely destroy. And I think he ended up with something like along the lines of 23 kills in just one day, which is just insane. Now, for Rin, something that's actually super, super impressive is that this Super Weekend alone, he's averaging at least 3 kills per game. That is just absolutely unheard of, as the team is being able to continue to average the exact same 6th place as they were able to average last Super Weekend. But the main thing that has changed here for Nova is just the fragging power, Glitter. The fragging power has pretty much more than double. I think last Super Weekend they were somewhere along the lines of like 3 kills or something along there, and now they're averaging somewhere almost 7 kills per game, which is just a huge bump up.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about that too. We've talked about it in general, right? Just across the board. We say that, yeah, it's really, really nice for a team to have a standout player, and that's what we've been getting out of Rin, but you can't rely on that one player. Because what if Rin has a bad day? If that's where all your damage is coming from, then all of your success goes away with that. But that is not the case for Nova. We've seen incredible performances out of Yi this weekend, with his first Super Weekend being, you know, the appearance that we get to see. This is his debut performance with the squad. Like you were saying, between YDD and Yi, they have flipped both of them out of this rotation for the lineup, and we heard them, or when I spoke to Shivan, he said that was something they were going to test out. It's worked out for them in both scenarios.
Yeah, and for a deeper dive into that, y'all, we've got a great segment for you where we're going to take a look at a specific play here with one of the biggest brain analysts that we have on the desk. We got 2 big brain analysts, just in case you didn't know. It's time for a segment we like to call Glitter's Explosive Moment, as we take a deeper dive into Nova versus BTOWN.
I was going to say, Tegan, I mean, we've only got 2 of us there, so there's a 50% shot that I'm the biggest brain analyst for right now. But yeah, okay, we're diving into one of my favorite moments from this weekend so far, and that's actually going to be the fight that we saw in our second Erangel map yesterday between Nova Esports and BTOWN. Okay, now I'm going to set the stage for you guys. We're going to jump into this clip, and then I'll explain why this was the make or break moment for Nova here. Okay, last time we talked about a clip where they kind of threw it against XSET. They did not do so this time. So let's dive into it, okay? Now, I'm going to set the stage a little bit here for you guys so you can kind of understand, because the freeze frame you're going to see when we get into it is going to be a little bit misleading. Right now, it looks like there's a potential 3v2 going on for Nova and BTOWN, but that's not the case. You'll notice up on the mini map up here that Nova is just a little bit farther back, okay? So they're kind of in like this long spread out line, the remaining members of Nova being back here, and the majority of BTOWN is actually down here in front of them. Now, as we get into this clip, you're going to see that the first mistake that BTOWN makes is the fact that Drake instantly crashes in on Chiffon. Obviously, it doesn't go well for him because he's instantly knocked, and we jump onto Graves' perspective, who is trying to deal some damage onto the Nova squad. As he is doing that, we'll see that he does get a little bit of damage down onto Yi. Memory is very far back. One of the other things I didn't point out, sorry, at the beginning was the fact that Peaceful is very far back for BTOWN on the bridge. So right now, Memory and Peaceful are kind of removed from this battle because they're not really able to take part in this fight. This is where things start to get a little bit hairy. We're going to start seeing nades coming out of both sides of these teams, and things are going to get a little bit crazy. You see Rin push up to try and get a better spot for himself there, but as those nades start going off, Rin takes damage, Grave takes damage. So things are starting to even out a little bit for these teams. You can see just how low Rin was after that first explosion. Now, as we continue on, Graves going to try to keep dishing out these frags and see if he can maybe clean up that knock onto Rin. Unfortunately, the first one does not go as planned. Instead, it rolls past Rin and ends up taking out his fellow player on BTOWN in Drake. So now Drake's just completely out for the count, okay? We've now got ourselves essentially a 3v2 situation in favor of Nova, but Grave isn't done yet. He's going to continue to try and rain some of these nades down onto Nova, and the second one will hit Rin. So now we're back to a 2v2 situation. This was a really rough position for these teams to fight in, so at this point, with the limited cover that they had, the only option really was these throwables. They were trying to lay down some smoke nades, get themselves a little bit of cover, but this side of the cliff was a little bit rough. The next nade comes out from Isajat, and it lands on Jifan, and now it is a 1v2. Yi is all the way back here on his lonesome. Okay, we've got a 1v2, and this is where I think all of the casters will agree when they were watching this, they thought it was over. There was no chance for Nova at this point. They've taken too much damage, and we don't have memory close enough to really be able to do too much assistance. But Yi says not today, okay? BTOWN makes a mistake of getting too close upon each other. The frag lands from Yi, getting the knock onto both of those BTOWN players. Peaceful is too far away to even do anything. Memory at this point can kind of just play Overwatch for the rest of his squad, and Peaceful knows that the best thing he can do for this team at this point is to get out and try and get some more placement points for his squad. And so, of course, we're going to be giving Nova some explosions here because that is what is appropriate for our explosive moment of the day. And the reason that this play was so important was because in the long run, they're able to get all of their members back up. Everybody heals back up. And this is the only match that Nova gets the chicken dinner in for all of yesterday with 14 kills. So this was massive for this team, Digon.
Thank you very much, Glitter, for that breakdown. And yeah, I think a lot of the time we don't always get to see some of the bumps that are in the way of teams getting chicken dinners and how differently these fights could go and how close they were to getting knocked. And I think a sign of a champion, specifically in PUBG Mobile, are not just the wins that you get, but the points that you're able to scrap when adversity hits. This was big adversity here for Nova. They fight back very well, get themselves a chicken dinner, and are on the ascendancy. Now, a couple teams that are looking to score even more points are the teams that are participating in their first Super Weekend. We said hello to them at Super Weekend 2, day number 1 at the very beginning. And so we wanted to check in to see with these 3 teams how they've been doing. And yes, I'm talking about Yo, I'm talking about Dope Esports LLC, and I'm talking about Seven's favorite, WallStreetBets 7. These teams have done pretty okay in their first Super Weekend.
Some of them. All right, just some of them. WallStreetBets, Yo, have actually put up a great performance. Dope Esports LLC, they kind of falling short a little bit for me. But I do want to kind of showcase their top players out of each team. I mean, you're able to see from Dope, you're able to see Yair. This Super Weekend alone, for him to be the top player with only 4 kills, not gonna lie, a little bit disappointing. You guys know that I love the kills, so let's move up a little bit more. Let's go to Purge from Yo. He's been able to put up 8 kills this Super Weekend, which is definitely a much improved performance. 20 for the overall through league play and everything. And then we hope to go to Drago. I think out of these 3 teams, if we had to pick an MVP, I would have to pick Drago, because not only does he have 13 kills for this Super Weekend, the amount of points that he's been able to secure his team just by being able to survive, just by being able to be the last one standing. If I'm not mistaken, he's currently leading his teams pretty much in all the stats. That boy's back is hurting. Now, another stat that I actually want to mention with WallStreetBets and Yo that I found quite interesting was their difference in regards to kills. I mean, you have Yo averaging, at least so far this Super Weekend, 2.6 kills per match, and then you have WallStreetBets averaging 2.4. So Yo's actually outperforming WallStreetBets in regards to that, but their average placement is just falling way short. Their average, especially for Yo, they're currently averaging about a 10th place, and for WallStreetBets, they're averaging about an 8th place. So their placement points definitely coming out on top for them. I do hope they're able to finish up very, very strong here today. I do hope that at least we're able to see WallStreetBets pass boring protocol, because there's going to be a lot of people biting their nails in this upcoming week of league play.
Yep. Remember, only the top 16 after Super Weekend number 3 will be moving on to the finals. Just a little nugget there for you all at home about WallStreetBets. Baba did better in day 2 than day 1. 642 damage instead of 182. Plus, he got 2 kills. So, hey, Baba fans, Baba's OP. He's scaling. He's scaling. He's getting better as the day goes on. All right, y'all. None of this would be possible without our sponsor, OnePlus. So we're going to make a quick shout out to them. OnePlus is really, really responsible for putting this on. So thank you to OnePlus. And for you all at home, you should try to get your hands on one, because the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro have flagship performance, 120 hertz display that is so dang immersive, and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch. It's the best shot for you to climb the PUBG mobile ladder. Get your hands on OnePlus 9 or OnePlus 9 Pro wherever phones are sold. All right, y'all, let's dive into the round selection for the day. 3 times over to Erangel, 1 time over to Miramar, 1 time over to Sanhok, our favorite map, and of course, where Ghost found a win yesterday, as they always find for him there on Sanhok. And it's the same one that we know and love here, Glitter. 3 times Erangel. Who are you looking to stand out here in our first match of the day?
Oh, first match of the day. I'm hoping that, honestly, I'm really hoping that this is one of the days where we see 19 Esports come out of the gate hot. I don't want to wait for them. I don't want to wait for them to, have a strong finish at the end again. I want them to give me one consistent, solid game or day of gameplay.
All right, Seven, how about you? Who's coming out of the gates?
I actually want to see Ghost. I want him to do good on the first match. I don't want them to wait until Sanhok. Come on, Ghost, please. I believe in you guys.
Same train of thought here.
Ghost got themselves some 70 points yesterday. Let's see if they kick things off with the chicken dinner. To find out, let's send it on over to our casters for game number 1. It's Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes. Guys, thank you so much. Get us into the action.
Sir, yes, sir. What's going on, everybody? Hot Jukes here. I'm channeling my inner Mustache Dave today, bro, with these glasses, bro. I'm straight vibing. What's up, Dave? Ready to get into the matches today?
Yeah, I was going to ask you for clarification. You're channeling your inner Mustache Dave, but I don't think I've ever been caught in glasses like that. So I'm glad you cleared that up with them chill vibes. I definitely am. I'm feeling those chill vibes. I might need a jacket over here.
Hey, I mean, bro, you may be feeling chilly, right? But I guarantee you, bro, these players are warmed up to the max. The pressure is on, especially for some of these squads who have to perform in these next 2 days. Otherwise, their tournament life is over. So let's get started. Big day today. Let's see what these teams got. Let's get it into Erangel. Let's go.
Drop me that link too, by the way, for them glasses. I need to get me a pair.
Like that?
Hey,
See?
I like it, dude. I like it. Looking at it some more, them vibes are chill. So, ladies and gentlemen, talk about chill vibes. Well, it is going to be the opposite for these players preparing for battle here. Day number 3, Super Week number 2, game number 1 underway.
Let's go, baby. Woo! It's a big day today, Dave. It's a big day, brother. Look at the plane path. Right from the south, straight up north, right down the middle. Look at that plane pointing straight towards that OnePlus 9 Pro up top. You'll love to see it, dude. This is a big day. Like I mentioned a little bit earlier, you got a lot of squads who did not perform and not make it until the last Super Weekend. Bop, looking at you. Quite a few other teams need to put up some major points if they want to stand any chance, and then this is WallStreetBets included, of making it to the finals.
Yeah, these teams that, Bop, they're not playing, but WallStreetBets, Dope Esports, we welcome them to the party here for Super Week number 2. We laid out the carpet. We said, come. I don't think, at least as of right now, I don't think they could tell themselves that they have been doing everything they can be doing. I'm just putting it out there. WallStreetBets obviously ahead of everybody else out of those 3 teams. We can see them right there just breaching that 16th spot. So I'm really hoping that today is the day for those 3 teams in particular to hopefully get a win underneath their belt to try to offset any type of points here that they were not able to acquire in the first 2 days, because next week is not guaranteed. So if they do good today, qualify next week, they should be looking pretty solid. If they don't do good today and don't qualify next week, well, we'll send them the thank you for participating letters, right?
GG. I mean, this is what it comes down to. This is what happens when you don't have a great performance at the start, and that's really unfortunate for these squads. You know that everyone's doing it as best they possibly can. Sometimes it's just the way the game is, right? Sometimes it's just not enough. You still have a chance, though. You still have a shot, and you have to today. Like the great song once said, don't miss your chance to blow. You know what I'm saying? Can't do it. It's one opportunity.
One
in a
opportunity.
lifetime.
Once
Yeah.
in a lifetime. And there's $1,000 per chicken dinner. So there's also some money that they can walk away here in their pockets here today. Because as of right now, XSET, they've been taking everybody's money. XSET and Nova, they've been just ranking in the money, saying, gimme, 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 gimme. Other squads, they need to pay some rent here, right? They need to pay some rent. So hopefully they can come into these matches and get a chicken dinner as well. I'm looking at Ogilvy. Day 1, not the best, and they know it. Day 2, a little better. We saw them in the top 5 a couple of times. And talking to Verrex, they told me today's plan, Mustache Dave, slow and steady, baby. Talk about slow and steady. OP Baba. Baba OP right here. Trying to take some shots with that AKM bunny hat on. You love to see it. This is Wall Street Bets. This is one of those teams we were talking about that really need to pop off here today.
Yes, sir, they do. I mean, Wall Street Bets, this is the last chance to get guaranteed points, right? Next Tuesday, that's when it all starts all over. And then if you have BOP make it into the next Super Weekend, they're going to be in huge trouble. So Wall Street Bets need to have a massive, massive performance today. That's the team that I'm really, really looking at to step up. And we've seen a lot of shakiness from this squad, but they had the night to go home, do some homework. Hopefully they come in out strong today. And honestly, it's always that first game, I think, that is just such a game to really set the pace. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you start off strong, I think we see a lot of teams continue to have success. But if you start off and you get clapped, is it just devastating to your squad's morale?
Yeah, definitely. And honestly, I think that pressure, it's even higher because talking to a couple of players that didn't qualify from Zexus and Born Protocol, they are determined to make it into that last and final Super Weekend. So we're going to see a couple of these squads here. Wall Street Bets, Dope Esports. I have a high prediction that at least one of them will not qualify next week, maybe even 2. I'm just saying it, at least from what I was talking about. I'm not naming them. No. I'm not going there. I'm just saying, though, because these teams have been studying. They've been studying. Yeah, they might be sitting out, might be losing a $1,000 opportunity per game, but they are ready to go. And talk about being ready to go. 19 Esports doing a little scouting action. Nova right ahead of them.
Love how they busted out that buggy and they drove underneath that railing to kind of make sure that they don't have to full send it up that bridge. It's a really great strategy, and it works out well because Nova did not have any chance to shoot at him. It looks like Carnage was able to get the spot on a couple players from Nova, so they do realize that they're there, and they opt to just rotate really wide and away from them up into the next circle. I mean, you don't want to take any risks this early on, so I can't blame them, trying to avoid this fight.
And that's Nova. Like, that's one team I would make sure to avoid early game, especially because you got Boy Wonder Rin out here just popping off. Almost every game getting on that top 3 MVP list, shooting for that MVP out of the entirety of the event. It's going to be a tough call as of right now between Rin and Polo. They still got a lot more games to go ahead of them, but Rin has just been dominating here. And, yeah, 19E, nice scouting there to spot that out and avoid that early conflict.
I mean, I think you hit it right on the head. Nova yesterday just went nuts, dude. I mean, I think I saw them in one game, like 2 players had like 2,000 damage. It was just absolutely obscene. So I want to see if they're going to repeat it again today. And if it's any team that can do it, I definitely think it's possible for them. We're starting to see squads still just get their rotations on. Ghost really close to Lazarus. Lazarus should have known that Ghost is around this area because they do land in Pachinki. It looks like Ghost, yeah. Spec, Bayo, they heard those vehicles. Opt to just head over to their squad and play it safe.
Yeah, really close to Lazarus, and also on the east side, UIU are in the area in vehicles. So I'm really curious if UIU do opt to hear these gunshots not too far from them, if they will investigate the situation. They are currently mid-pack. If we look at the overall standings, UIU doing pretty solid, all things considered. But if they want to ramp up their kill count here early game, I think this is like the prime opportunity. So we'll pay attention to see what they can do here as looking at the map as a whole, everybody just trying to pull in, center on up. You got the Panthers going for a boat take from a military base. Going to be landing in Primorsk. You got BTOWN utilizing the East Bridge. And Pro Era are rotating out there to the west. Just a little update for some of these squads not in the current zone.
Yeah, this circle is pretty common for all these squads. They're going to know it pretty well. So I'd like to see XSET taking the early rotation over to Ferry Pier to get set up there on the south side near Port Morris. Oh, passing up the good old glider, Dave. The good glider. It's fortunate, man. I think that was a little bit of a missed opportunity there, man. Sometimes you got to glide and slide. You know what I'm saying?
Glide and slide. The only team that has actually been gliding and sliding has been Pro Era. And Pan told me every time we get the opportunity to use a glider, we are going to use it. And Pan sent me a clip. Yeah, they sent me a clip. I tweeted it out like 2 days ago of their point of view. They were in the blue zone in a glider taking shots, I think keeping Dope Esports pinned down. And they crashed the glider in the water. But, you know, they didn't get the squad wipe. But I was like, dude, Pan, like, respect. Because no one else is using gliders to rotate. So hopefully we can popularize the glide tape, as somebody commented in the Twitter post, because I love me a good old-fashioned glider play.
Ooh, I'm going to have to go check that out. If you guys want to check it out too, make sure you go to Twitter at Mustache Dave. You can send me a check for that later, Dave. You know, this game.
Hashtag PMPL.
Hashtag PMPL. That is correct. And then make sure you hashtag it easy. Easy retweet. Know what I'm saying? Easy retweet. Next circle is coming on up. Start to see, looks like UIU's in a little bit of trouble. You see Trey, I believe, knocked. And that's what we're going to go ahead and get right into. Here come the Knights. Full sending it off of one knock. Chico is on the off angle. They're doing a 3-1 push separating. And you got Alucard with that UMP45. That is the CQC gun of this meta right now. And they are continuing to apply the pressure. Nice use of utility going back and forth. It's really up to Kura here to make a play laying down. He has to be careful. Xenox is going to drive right by him, and he's going to stay quiet. The snake play. The sneaky Kura. He's going to see them both. Gets one shot and gets turned on. The Knights are not messing around.
Oh, the grenade, though. Oh,
what?
The grenade, though. BTOWN. Drake, oh, that was a vehicle explosion, not the grenade. So the third party and BTOWN, after that vehicle explosion, straight sending it. Looks like Grave is going to be in the front lines, trying to capitalize on the chaos. Looks like Grave is going to be by themselves, popping out that Dacia, trying to get that fire down range. But talk about the third party, the vehicle explosion. You love to see it, especially early game.
Grave coming out big time. You can see him just pushing all around here, trying to get some return revenge shots. Not going to be able to hit onto the Knights. And so they're going to go ahead and head straight through to Pachinki. And BTOWN are going to take the hill away from him. What a play, Dave. What a play.
Yeah, what a play. Hey, kudos, of course, to Knights for getting a nice three-pointer onto UIU. But I love to see the awareness from BTOWN. They recognize, hey, there's a fight right ahead of us. And the classic vehicle explosion, like they didn't even need to get up close and personal. They just blew up that car, and just like that, 1 point underneath their belt. That had to have surprised the Knights Chico right there. I can only imagine.
Man, dude, what a way to to end that one right there. The Pittsburgh Knights do lose one in the process, pick up 3 points, so they are going to be set up pretty well for the start of this game. Look at this Polo. Being really careful going up to the hit list. Jack G driving around in that buggy is going to head straight back to his squad and camp it right there at those squad buildings. And you know for a fact they're going to stay really close inside because they know exits on that hill.
Yeah, I'm really waiting still. The hit list, they have been okay, you know, slowly ramping up every single game as the week progressed. But I'm still waiting for Jack G, man. I'm still waiting for Jack G to really start to pop off and I guess carry the squad to victory, because Jack G, everybody knows Jack G is a gunner. We've seen a lot of nice plays from Jack G in the past. Wonder what it is so far. I guess the caliber of the lobby is definitely a lot higher than what we're used to seeing them playing, but I think Jack G is a player that could definitely do it. Currently out of the super weekend with 8 kills, followed by Trickster with 6. So we'll see what the Hitlist can pull off here today.
Jachi, in my eyes, is a high-tier player. Really, really good. The problem is that this is a team game. You have to play as a squad. And the current meta, these guys are pushing full squad and trying to get those 3v1 situations. So the era of 1v1 is long past. So Jachi, as good of a gunner he is, there's only so much he could do, no matter how good you are on that 1v1 skill. You need your team there to come help you and make some plays. So I think the rest of the hit list need to try to get to that level as well. But Jachi, I mean, it's definitely, in my eyes, he's the superstar of this squad. If he gets the right opportunities, I think he could definitely get on fire. And if he gets some nice kills, sometimes that, rallies the rest of your squad to do better as well.
That's all it takes.
So let's see what happens.
Just that
Big fight
war
coming
cry. Ooh, talking about that war cry. I can hear Coops right now just screaming after that UMP knock right there. G3, though, kind of on that off angle. Looks like Lazarus trying to get the sandwich right here onto the Knights.
Telly throwing out the nade. Look at that. Gonna go for the quick bandy. And it looks like Lazarus are just trying to buy some time. That's a bad one from G3. Xenox in the building. It looks like Lazarus is going to start pressuring on them now with G3 up front. Coming around the corner. Coops, man, just trying to buy some time with those pre-fires. This is going to be a huge name from Zen if you can hit this.
Ooh, Alucard, though, across the street, looking to get involved, looking to possibly backstab Lazarus as Xenox right now stuck in the thick of it. 3 squad mates of Lazarus surrounding them. Coops not going to allow their teammate get taken out like
Telly.
But the grenade from Telly. Now it's Telly versus Coops. Coops 50% health right here.
Telly's going to challenge this. Is he going to actually go for the 1v1 or wait for his teammates? He should definitely wait. But here comes now Coops coming around the corner. And guess what? He didn't have any teammates left. It was all himself. And Alucard came in clutch right there towards the end to get a beautiful 2v1 going. And the Knights are going to end up on top over Lazarus.
Alucard kind of with that backstab out there from the road. I don't think Lazarus were aware. Well, obviously they weren't because they got caught off guard pushing the duo. I was in that building from the Knights, so definitely
that was a nasty
key
trap.
Player. Yeah, that was like a key position from Alucard there in that fight. I think the game-winning position, honestly, out of that skirmish. But looking around, the hit lists, they're still in their compound with XSET overlooking them. Looks like Syndicate did pull up just a little north of that. And, of course, the Panthers off their boat tape to Primorsk, rotated all the way up there to the north. And unfortunately for them, looks like they're driving right towards Ghost Gaming.
Oh, goodness gracious. And unfortunate for all of them, the circle is not even going to be close to any of these squads. It does center up onto Nova. This is a position that they definitely love to be in. But here come the Panthers getting really close to Ghost. As a matter of fact, Moso is going to pass up Bayo. Oh, Spec actually. Spec saw it from behind. Moso doesn't see him coming. But the shots are just too strong from the Panthers. Bayo, he's pissed, though. He said, not my Spec. Not my sweet baby Spec. I'm going to come after it. HH24 getting some shots from Legal. This is what Ghost does, though. Whenever they have one player knock, it's like they get even a little bit angrier. Bayo, he felt that one, though. But guess what? Jay felt it even more.
This is a rematch from the fight that we had earlier on in the week down there in Military Base. So looks like the Panthers are currently down 2, while Spec is the only one bleeding on out here. And Bale looking to pull up with the Uzi, trying to get the knocks before the revives are successful down here.
2 huge fights going on. You can see in the bottom right, we got another fight happening between Dope and Yo, but we're going to keep it on this one. Bayo still looking to press. Tensa, HH4 in a beautiful 3 split, pushing at the exact same time. The Panthers rallying. Brady getting a beautiful finish in that 1v1. So it looks like Ghost was pushing at the same time, but a little hesitation ended up causing a 1v1. Bayo in this off angle. He's the key. He has to make this play. He cannot go down here.
Oh,
obstacle for the res on Spec.
Up. Very interesting right there. Very interesting. And these smokes definitely blocking all those sight lines. HH with that Uzi. Hot Jukes, will he get another one? Will he connect on a
He has to.
Brady who just
1v1.
took out Tensa?
1v1 here. Bayo does end up going down, so that off angle eliminated. It's between HH24 and Frady. Frady throwing out the nade. Hits him hard. HH felt that one. Dives under the buggy. Oh, he's got to go for the... And only bandages.
Wow.
While Frady goes for the pickup.
Bayo spotting this out. Bayo calling
He
it
has to
out.
fight this. Yeah, he knows. Oh, the dink! Through the smoke! Oh, you know what? That was not a blind shot. Bayo, I guarantee you,
Look, right
told
there.
them exactly where they are. I said, point it, a little to the right, and HH24, what teamwork. Beautifully done.
Ah, man. And you can see with those crates there, those crates is where they died, and it was not in the smoke. And Bayo calling out that revive. That was it. That was it. That
Thirst your
intel
knocks, folks.
was just flowing.
Thirst your knocks, especially while Bayo's on the ground, dude. He's the IGL for a reason. His comms
Yeah.
on point. Jeez.
Yeah, definitely. If it's the IGL, I mean, just talk about the intel flowing in. Oh, here's some more flow here. As looks like Killswitch tossed out a molly down there to get that spread, and here comes the hit list making the pull up.
There you go, Jachi with the shimmy back and forth, but Killswitch with a beautiful angle on this roof. A nade is going to take down the leader, Jachi. And Killswitch with the quick thirst. Hitlist in big trouble. Here comes XSET. Polo ends up going down, but Killswitch from that roof.
Yeah,
Just
so
death
good.
from above.
So good. Killswitch, we saw yesterday get into a very hairy situation, getting that winner chicken dinner for the squad. And they cleaned that up just in time because the next zone pops and it is completely opposite of where their current location is. So they should be able to get those heals off, those boost off, and sort out any type of game plan moving ahead. They are going to probably work their way past 19E, possibly even Nova. But Ogilvy, the only squad right now in the zone.
Ogilvy sitting pretty. Nova are going to have to get moving. BTOWN as well. Then you see them hopping in their vehicles, looking to full send it on into this circle. They don't have very much information. They're going to have to leapfrog this. They're going to have to stop at this hill and clear out WallStreetBets. But look at Steve-O getting a nice shot. Big fight here. It has to happen quick. Zone's closing.
Peaceful just out there in the open.
Vibing.
Yeah, he's got
Big
them
vibe.
glasses on. He's got your glasses on, I guess.
Hey,
Thinking it's a beach day, but it's day
you know
3,
he's going to
baby.
hit those. Yeah, you know he's going to hit those now. Let's see if Drake can hit this Molotov. Nice jumping one. I think it's going to be a little bit off the mark. And B-Town having to make a decision. You can see the hesitation in just their movement. Do we try to fight this right now? Do we full send it? They have to fight this. There's no way they can just drive into the circle blind. I think they understand that. And Grave with a nice molly. Going to start applying the pressure on Steve-O in this off angle. And they are good. What is happening?
He's not dead.
Steve-O! What?
He wasn't dead.
Drago! How is he not dead? Baba! With the dink, baby! Finally shuts it down! Baba!
Hey,
Yaga!
that one right there, that one, Baba OP said, hey, 7, this one's for you. Mwah, right there. 7 on the desk, by the way. Still taking applications for that fan club. But getting back into the game, looks like Nesquik is going to be the last one alive for Dope Esports LLC. Trying to get these grenades onto XSET. XSET, J7, last one alive, trying to avoid these sprays as they make their way into the zone. But Leon, with the help from 19E.
Nesquik really disrupted this change, and that's going to leave Acer dead. Sam can't touch the blue zone at all, so he's going to hop in the back of that buggy, and here goes 19E, going to full send it. Sam going to have to hit some shots or do something. It looks like they're going to set up a little bit of a buggy fort here. Super risky. It is at the edge of this circle, but it looks like it is paying off for now. They are not, I don't think Syndicate is even looking in this direction.
No, I think Syndicate are currently occupied with Ghost Gaming above them, but with these new smokes, yeah, that might be the call for Syndicate to have to kind of look over here in this direction. Nova Esports.
What a shift.
Zone right on top of them.
Hello. Blue zone headed straight to Nova. They're like, come on over, baby. They are in a great spot
Nesquik
for this
is still
one.
alive. Okay,
Nesquik is still up. Yeah. Papa Blue shutting that down. Oh, and you're totally right. Syndicate having to get into it with Ghost Gaming, applying the pressure. All they want to do is take those points on the 19E, but Ghost said, you got to deal with us first. You can see BTOWN and HH having the lay of the land, putting some shots across field. They're just trying to pick up some points right now because this next circle shift is going to be super difficult. So I guarantee you, BTOWN, he's like, we only got a few seconds to try to get some points, and then we have to full send it, baby.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure kind of what their vehicle situation is looking like right now. So I definitely agree with this play. HH over here trying to spray down onto 19E. They're up there on the high ground, but nowhere to go. Just downhill, and there's a ton of teams ahead of them.
I think what they're going to do is leave HH24 in the back to try to make some solo plays. Yeah, and while BTOWN sends it on into the next circle, he is going to find a beautiful tree, and he's going to smoke it out as well. So BTOWN finding the spots, even when it's extremely difficult, getting busted though from both angles, in a lot of trouble. Ogilvy with the rotation, BTOWN in the smokes, and then here comes HH with a big off angle on the Syndicate. He's pinched between two squads.
Yeah, and Rad trying to wrap behind HH right now. HH is just trying to provide oversight for BTOWN to continue to survive here. Looks like HH did find themselves a vehicle. Is going to be looking to regroup with BTOWN. And the pickup from Ogilvy was successful in that smoke. Nova on the opposite end, on the other side of the hill as well. This is going to be a
Rad
challenge.
trying to get that knock. Yeah, Rad tried to get that knock so bad because the zone's coming. And he did not want to leave that angle open, but there's some beautiful smokes on Ghost. That eliminates their sight lines completely. And then, yeah, here comes Syndicate with a nice nade, catches HH. BTOWN's still up, but you know that next nade is on its way, and that's all it is.
Dude was knocked.
Skadoosh.
The dude was knocked. And his grenade said, "You're coming with me, Ghost Gaming."
See you later. There goes Syndicate as well. Ogilvy, we have not been talking about them too much, but they are going to be one of the last squads remaining. 6 kill points, while Nova's bot has 5. Nova's still with a full squad, Ogilvy with the 3, and here comes Nova. They realize that they have the priority on this hill, doing a 2-1-1 split. Very interesting decision, and it looks like it may play out, especially with Rin coming up on top. While the rest of their team is a distraction, this may work out perfect for Nova.
Yeah, and it already looks like it's working. It looks like Shifon doing everything in their power to get the attention of Ogilvy, and they did get the attention with these grenades. Rin up from above, starting to take some shots right here, and I believe getting a knock. Maybe 2?
That nade onto Rin, that helped out big time. It was right on time. So it looks like Ogilvy did get 1 knock, and it looks like they're going to press 2v1 on the Rin up the hill. In the wide open. It's something they definitely have to do, but they don't want to give their backs up downhill. Rin with these nades, he's going to throw every single nade he has, every little piece of utility to try and catch one person, and that's all it takes to win this one.
Oh, that he's slowly trying to crawl towards where his squad mates have sight lines on him up that hill, just in case they do get pushed. So very smart, very smart thinking. Play right there.
That's it. Here we go. Nova eliminating them all. Should be only a matter of seconds now, and that is all she wrote. Nova Esports. Oh, baby. You know, Glitter is out there jumping for joy. Dude, Nova, yesterday, nutty games. Started today, $1,000 in the bank account, bro. They came to get paid today, Dave.
Dude,
they
hold
came
up.
to get paid.
Hold up. We're peaceful. I see where your glasses are. Juke's got him. Juke's got him out there in the open field. But Ogilvy and both Nova, both teams like to play it nice and slow, like to play that edge. And they showed up late game. The only 2 teams still alive right there. And I was kind of talking to Verrex here before this game. They told me that their energy levels high. You know, the vibes, like your sunglasses, high. And they're just looking to have a good day today and get some money. They did come in second place. But I think with their performance here in game number 1, I could definitely see them getting that $1,000 chicken dinner here.
They want it. They want it bad. Second place is great, but it ain't first, man. That's an extra grand in the bank account. So what all these teams are fighting for right now. The Knights end up with 15 points. Ghost with 12. As we move on over to the second page, see some teams not having the best performance to start things off. It's going to be BTOWN, 19E, Lazarus, UIU. man, it's hard to see these two teams, especially putting up the goose egg at the start of the match. But can they bounce back? And the crazy part is, I'm not sure, just because of how well these top teams are playing. They're dominant. It's almost like we're seeing a handful of these top squads constantly get these chicken dinners. Look at the MVP list. Alucard from the Knights, 4 kills, 775 damage. HH24 pulling up to 769 damage. Nice.
Oh,
2 kills, and of course,
that classic pose, dude. That esports pose right there. That big
like
brain pose. You love to see it.
HH.
Oh, dude.
Looking good, dude. Like that.
What a game.
That's what I'm talking about.
What a game. What a game. Juice with them angles, with them glasses. I love it, man. I like the vibes here today. Ladies and gentlemen, if you want to keep vibing out with us, well, don't go anywhere. We got more PUBG Mobile coming up right after the break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The HyperTouch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to PMPL North America Season number 2. That first match in the bag, and what an ending it was for Nova. Nova getting the chicken dinner. A lot of work needed to be done by multiple teams there in that last circle. A great ending and a great way to kick off day number 3 of Super Weekend number 2. DGON here with 7 and Glitter. Let's start off telling the story of that last map by taking a look at the total damage done, because we had fights constantly throughout that game, and then several explosive ones there near the end. 7.
Yeah, Ogilvy, Syndicate, Ghost Gaming. I mean, I was loving it. Hey, we do have Knights though at the top with almost 2,000 damage, 9 kills. Ghost Gaming, we saw them do work. We saw that engagement that they had against the Panthers, and we saw how clutch, even though he was knocked, Beowulf still the king when it comes to IGL and being able to support his player right there. They ended up with 4 kills, 1,500 damage. Nova Esports, 8 kills, 1,400 damage. I really love what I saw from Nova in the last match, the split that they had during Circle 3, and then everybody just kind of gathered around during their compound. It was amazing. And then we have WallStreetBets, the fanboy, Mustache Dave calling me out. Listen, I've been a supporter. I just want him to do good. I'm glad he finally got that clutch moment so he can post it on YouTube and get 1 million views. That's what I want to see out of this team. But regardless, guess who was the star player out of those 5 kills? Drago. Drago ended up with 3 kills, 4 knocks, and it was definitely a huge help. We do see XSET right there with 5 kills, 1100 damage. Ogilvy. I mean, Ogilvy, I don't know what's going on with you guys. You guys are just getting second places like there's no tomorrow. If you guys were able to convert those second places to first places, you guys will be close to almost $7,000 in the money meter, which I would really love to see you guys there. And then Glitter, we also ended up seeing Dope Esports LLC there, which was a nice surprise.
Yeah, another one of those teams that definitely wants to continue chipping away at whatever they can points-wise that, that's above them. So a nice start for Dope Esports. And then rounding it all out, 19 Esports at least getting themselves on that damage board for today for the first game. That's definitely already a better start than we saw them have yesterday. So I'm here for it. But, yeah, I'm happy overall with those results, to say the least.
Me too.
Yeah, and think about how different it could have been. 19 Esports and Nova almost ran into each other as they were crossing the bridge, and then 19 Esports like, I'm pretty good. We'll steer away. So Carnage doing a little bit of his homework and understanding where that squad would be. And let's dive into that Nova Esports squad today. Glitter, they were dominant in that last game. Didn't do as much damage as Knights, but given that last circle, the way that they played together, they dished out a ton of damage and were able to get the chicken dinner.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic start for them. Another $1,000 in their pocket, like we heard the caster saying. But we wanted to check in and see how the stats broke down by player for this last match, because we showed you guys just how even it's been so far with the majority of the players, and then Rin overall across those super weekends really, really standing out. But Yi, after a phenomenal performance yesterday, is continuing to do so. Almost 600 damage and 4 kills to Yi's. And Rin, once again, not that far behind. I mean, these two have just been incredibly consistent. Meanwhile, Jifan is right there as well, right in the mix with 300 damage. He might not have converted any of that, but being able to work together like that cohesive unit, make sure they're dishing out that damage is very important. And then Memory down there with only 73 damage, but he's also the IGL. He's dealing with a lot on his plate, and historically, we've still seen Memory able to deal a ton of damage. Like you were saying, Degon, this was definitely probably one of like the slower games for Nova in the beginning. They just handled that end game really, really well as a squad. But Seven, if this is the type of cohesion and teamwork we see out of them for the rest of the day, they have a chance to overtake XSET in those standings.
Oh, they definitely do. And you know who's going to be happy? Both of us are going to be happy because we're Nova fanboys. I mean, Yi, honestly, Yi has had quite an amazing showcase here for being his first super weekend. The numbers he's currently being able to put up, the numbers overall that he's able to put up, and the plays that we have seen him being able to do. Like, this is a completely different Nova. Now I see why we were seeing Nova do some different things here and there at the beginning of the tournament. Everything's starting to fall in place, and they're getting ready to go into full beast mode towards finals.
Yeah, Nova is definitely, and a team that we've discussed a little bit here that went into beast mode. We saw one of their star players, most liked players, go into beast mode. WallStreetBets, Baba getting a kill on the board, and they're able to pick up a couple kills. To get to know this team a little bit more, let's send it on over to a video that I was able to shoot earlier.
Hi, what's up, everyone? Joining me is the King A from WallStreetBets, here to talk about expectations for the tournament after the first week. Now, first week didn't go exactly as planned. 1 point in the first day, but you guys did bounce back in day 2, not enough to make it to Super Week. So what are your expectations now for the rest of the tournament?
Our expectations is really just to keep it on average, average around 5 to 10 points a game. We want to play the average game right now. We can't do anything crazy. It would be nice to get, a couple wins like XSET. I was watching XSET, how they bumped up the other day, which was fantastic for them because they were on the bottom of the leaderboard as well. So hopefully we pull something like that out. And our expectations, like I said, just being consistent is all. Like definitely not playing 1 point a game, but being consistent.
Well, consistency can get you to the top, including to the America's Championship. You guys are a roster full of vets that are more than expecting something like that. What would it mean to you if you made it to the America's Championship?
It'd mean a lot, you know. I'd like to prove to everybody that I'm not washed, like everybody says, and I like to, just to show everybody out.
I didn't say you washed. I believe in the king. 1 point was definitely not washed.
Nah, that was just I was doing it for fun. It was for fun. That's all. It was, it was being fun.
It's been a long and storied career for the King A. And this year again now puts you back in the spotlight here in PMPL NA with Wall Street Bets. What are your hopes and dreams for the rest of 2021?
Hopes and dreams is to live a healthy life, have fun, do what I love to do, and take care of my family, take care of my son, and yeah, be happy.
There it is.
That's all I can
King
say.
A. Departing the wise words to everyone. All right, last question to lock it back on into this competition. You've played in so many competitions in years past. What are you bringing differently to this year, PMPL season number 2?
What I'm bringing definitely a different roster, definitely different energy. Just trying to bring vibes out, trying to show everybody that, didn't believe in us, how it's supposed to be done. And, first week wasn't, how that's supposed to start. But now that we have less time to do it, it's even a better time to show y'all, how we can do it.
All right, well, there you have it. King A letting everyone know, better have some diamond hands for him and the rest of Wall Street Bets. Thank you so much for your time, brother. Always a pleasure.
Thank you, brother. It's a pleasure as well.
Always love talking to the King. King A, great interview, and he's silencing the haters. Wall Street Bets doing the best out of the 3 teams climbing up the leaderboard. And again, in that last map where they lost King A early, still found a way to claw together 9 points. And I think it's those types of performances that allow teams to climb the leaderboard. Not just the chicken dinners, but what happens when you lose someone early? They still are able to get 9 big ones there. Now, for all of you at home, use the hashtag PMPL to hop into the conversation across all social media platforms. Question for this segment is, who's your favorite player and why? Hashtag PMPL. Let us know across all your social media platforms in the chats using hashtag PMPL. Thank you, everybody. All right, let's dive into the schedule for the day. We are going to Miramar here in map number 2. So analyst is going to toss it to you real quick. 7, who you got taking the win here?
I want to see if Syndicate's going to be able to get the win. They didn't perform that well yesterday during Miramar. They were able to kind of switch that performance to Erangel, but I kind of want to see what they're able to do in Miramar. How about you, Glitter?
I'm definitely keeping my eyes on Syndicate, but I think I'm leaning towards Ogilvy, which is funny because, of course, they were some of our teams at the top in our last match, and so we'll see how they do here in Miramar.
They have had 3 second-place finishes.
They have been so close. Will they be able to get over the hump? Let's find out with the stash in the glasses. It's Mustache Dave and Hot Jukes. Guys, take it away.
The stash and the glass? Dude, I'm putting that in my bio, baby. Let's go. Match number 2. About to get going. Dave, what stood out to you after only 1 match? You said that there's some players that you think are not going to make it, Dave. I'm going to say once again, which ones?
Let me know in the chat. Let me know in the chat right now. Type in the chat who, not which players, but which teams you don't think will make it next Super Weekend. Because I'm very curious to what the chat feels like, Definitely, if you ask me, Wall Street Bets, they're making it. We heard from the desk, Bob OP carrying the squad, like Seven mentioned with Drago. Looking forward to it, man. Young Drago on the beat. But I'm thinking Ghost Gaming. And what I mean by I'm thinking Ghost Gaming is I'm thinking Ghost Gaming are going to start to dominate here because they always do. Towards the end of every single event, they always just pull it out and just flip that script, that 360. Next thing you know, they're number 1 in the lobby. So I'm looking at Ghost Gaming to really finish strong here today. And it starts out, Jukes, with this map of Miramar.
Oh boy, here we go. The plane is loaded, everybody. Match number 2. Let's get it. Miramar. Oh, man. One thing you just said, I know 7, dude, in his head is just saying, you know what, Baba, OP, definitely not carrying the squad, dude. I know that's what he's saying, which is crazy. Dude could perform, but hey, we got to also look at the numbers, you know? I'm a Baba fan myself. I want to see him perform, but the numbers do not lie, Dave. And WallStreetBets, they're behind. They're extremely behind. And I know that, you know, all the Baba fans out there, everybody watching, want this team to have success. But look at the overall rankings. We can see it there on the left-hand side. 71 points so far. And if they don't make it into the last Super Weekend, it's over. So they really, really need to pop off right here, right now, and for the rest of the day.
They're trying to keep their tactics a little secret, though. They don't want to pull out all the plays here on this week.
Oh, my gosh.
You know, next Super Weekend, they're going to qualify, and that's when you'll start to see, you know, those next level plays. Right now, 16th position, that's solid. That is steady. I think Paul and myself, game number 1 of the Super Week, we said if WallStreetBets can get 100 points this weekend, they're golden. They're solid, and they are on track to do so. They might even overthrow Boring Protocol here, possibly over the next 2 games. So we'll see what they can accomplish. And then, of course, they'll qualify next Super Weekend. Everybody will be like, Dave, you're so smart. We love you. Mm-hmm. And I'll be like, I told you, Hot Juke. So I'm not worried. But back to my point with Ghost Gaming. That's who I'm worried about. And not for Ghost Gaming, but everybody else in the lobby. Because PMPL Season 1, last time, League play, they were number 1. That was a marathon. Finals, they were number 1. That was a sprint. And, you know, talking about those scrims before this even started, I know I'm throwing it back a little bit here, but they were also number 1, Hot Jukes. They always start off kind of slow. And everybody's like, oh, what's happening with Ghost Gaming? Nah, like they start out slow. They let everybody feel out the lobby, get that false confidence. And then next thing you know, they're number 1. And then people aren't like, oh, what's happening with Ghost Gaming? They're like, no, we knew Ghost Gaming were good. I love watching how everyone always flips their support for the winning team. And I've been saying this for years. Ghost Gaming, not worried. I bet my grandma on it. You can ask Virum. Wow. I think they're going to be number 1 here. So, and we saw last game. The reason I'm still kind of harping on this is we saw last game. A lot of people would have been like, they're done. They're taken out, you know, like they lost that fight. But we saw Bale with that intel, able to relay that to HH. Clutched it out. That right there, that's why they're number 1 in my eyes.
I'm about to say, who are these people you're talking about, Dave? I don't get it. I don't understand. I mean, like, I remember Glitter saying one time, you know, like, hey, you know, I'm not fully convinced in Ghost. You know, I want to see them, you know, a little bit more. But I'm going to say this. Are people forgetting that it's Ghost? You know what I'm saying? Like, that's all the proof you need. You know, man, they're having they have a bad day or bad couple games. They're still Ghost Gaming. They still got Bayo. They got HH24. They got Tensa. All it takes is a couple seconds, and these guys will start putting in work like no tomorrow. And we've already seen it. We've already seen them being able to make plays. We know for a fact that if they do get the zone, it's almost a guaranteed win from them. You know, it's just when they're outside of it and having to push, you know, trying to get into that top 3 position it's a little tough. But we still see them, you know, getting some decent placement points overall. But man, can't doubt. You know what I'm saying? Can't doubt them. You guys are just too good.
And it always comes down to what month it is, and it's October. So Ghosts, they come out, you know, it gets a little spooky. I think they're like 22 points behind XSET. I think, Hot Jukes, I got a strong feeling today they might finish the day number 1. Got a strong feeling. So we'll see. That is going to be one storyline to kind of follow throughout the day, just so people can keep tabs on my prediction meters. Now, my zone prediction, the crystal ball hasn't been working at all this season. And I can admit that, you know, that's fine. You know, the crystal ball not always right. But when it comes to those gut instincts, those Hot Jukes, those are always right.
Okay, well, let's see how right they're going to be here today. I mean, Ghost being number one on the day, gotta say, Dave, my gut's kind of telling me the same thing. Especially the way that they started this one out. Anything can happen, though. Any one of these teams can pop off. But I'm not gonna lie, as we've seen this tournament go on, I'm having doubts. Because
you just said you agree with me. Now you have doubts.
I do, but I'm saying I'm having doubts as far as from bottom teams being able to have big games. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, you know how like we always can say like, yeah, any one of these teams can win a game, which is true. They definitely have the skill set to do so, but we're only seeing a few squads place on the top now. It's like they have the whole lobby downloaded, and they just understand the game after these few days of playing with each other. So I don't know. I think we're gonna see Ghost, Nova, XSET, Pittsburgh Knights, those kind of squads have a lot of success, and the rest, I think that they're just nipping at their heels at this point.
And that's not good for those teams at the bottom, right? Those teams that really need to make sure that they have a nice foothold on the overall, because after today, we got 2 more days of league play and then 1 more super weekend. And at the end of next super weekend, I know I'm getting a little ahead of myself here, but you need to finish top 16 to make it to the finals. So top 16, the goal, it's definitely reasonable for a lot of these teams, definitely reasonable. But I know you like to say this a lot. If you struggle to be 16th, 15th, even 10th place, if you struggle for the finals, like, good luck during the PMPL Americas, right? Like, you have to always be at the top, performing at your best and always putting up the best fights, because if you're struggling at this point, you're only going to struggle even more once when that competition level, the new teams, the new metas in different regions start to play a factor in the lobby.
Goodness gracious. I mean, so many things to consider, so many different options. You guys, again, in the chat, tell me what you guys think are going to be the winners and the losers. I want to know what all y'all are thinking about from both angles. So let's see what is going to happen. We're watching it right now as we speak. We're going to find out here in just a little bit. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, of course, it's still early game in Miramar. With so much money on the line and everything that is at stake, these guys ain't going to take any risks. So they are playing it nice and slow, not trying to get in any crazy early engagements. Look at this, though. We're starting to see the circle, the Knights in between 2 different squads. And I guarantee you, if one of these start popping shots at each other, which is exactly what happened, it's going to alert the other team. So a third-party opportunity could definitely happen. Knights have to be very careful here.
Yeah, we got a lot of teams kind of, they're not on top of each other, but like we just saw there from Chico, like the snipes, it's all about that long range right now. Try to take out those helmets, chunk them down, force them to dip into their boost, their meds type of deal. And that utility definitely plays a factor towards the mid to late game. We saw it a couple of days ago. I remember Zute pointing out it was like a 2v1. They ran out of ammo. So, like, definitely everything counts here. You always need to keep tabs of your stockpiles here. And losing your helmet this early on might set you back a couple pegs, might force you to, instead of scout, go look for some more loot.
Oh, well, right now, Casper's just looking to stay alive, running away from that fight. Next circle going on up. WallStreetBets, Ogilvy, and Yo out of this one. And they're going to have to keep on driving. It looks like we got a water circle in Miramar, Dave. Doesn't happen often, but it's going to be a blast. Look at that. You got UYU happen to be chilling straight in Impala. They're going to love this position in this circle. And you can just see the huge migration straight on over to the east side.
Yeah, really good zone for the Panthers, who honestly, after yesterday's game 1, have been just on a slump, and I'm looking for them to make that comeback. I was praising them for their ability to always be consistent on day number 1 of the Super Weekend, always in that top 5, and if they weren't, they're always getting kills to kind of offset that. So with this zone, it should help them here just a little bit, as it's only them and BTOWN towards the south, and the majority of the players are going to be hovering around the north. And talk about trying to get into the zone. Ooh, we'll get back to that because Knights and XSET right here. It looks like XSET 2 down already.
Oh, goodness. In big trouble. Not to mention, that's Killswitch and Polo. 2 massive members from the team. Xenox going to be throwing some nades. There goes down J7. Yeah, 3 knocked. Knights are full sending this all day long. And here they go. Xenox leading the charge. Chico right behind him. Jay with that pre-nade. That may be a little bit sneaky. Catches him. I almost thought he caught himself from that angle. Is he going to go for the thirst? I think he has to.
Yeah. That was a nice nade. That was a nice nade, not gonna lie. Let's see if they can get another one, though. They're getting pinched right here. They're getting sandwiched. Both angles. Yeah, both angles. That's a challenge. Did he get the thirst, though? I don't think so. Missed opportunity right there.
It's one of those situations. As a matter of fact, Zoo and I were talking about it when we were watching one of the games yesterday and just explaining it. You know, you have to make the decision. Do you want to try and go for the play to stay alive completely, or do you go for the point? And the thing is that if you go for the point, you're most likely saying, kill me. Like, literally. You're just trading 1 point and you give up. So it's one of those coin flips decisions, and you only really know which is the right one after the play's done, right? So if you go and you saw what he did and he decided to try to extend it and make something happen, it didn't work out, but oh boy, if it did. You know what I'm saying?
I definitely think there's some rules to it, though, too. I think if you're the last one alive, I think you have to go for the point. If you still have squad mates alive, then of course, don't go for the point, go for the play. That's my opinion on the hot take, if I had to kind of put that out there.
I think it's definitely true. It's definitely true. That's the hard part about this, is that there's so many different decisions you can make, so many different ways you can win. That's why I love competitive PUBG Mobile. You can see Salty, little mountain goat right now, hanging on the side of this hill, keeping an eye up on Lazarus. Does Joey spot the truck? Yeah, he has to. Yeah, he sees that that is way out of place. That don't belong there. That's for sure. So yeah, he's going to play this extra cautious, and it is going to do him good to do so.
Yeah, this is going to be on the coast. I love it when teams, when they have zones like this, they play the coast, because that is about, at least in this zone, what is that? Like at least 50% of the zone, you know, there's not going to be anybody behind you for the most part out there in the water. So you only have to focus on what's ahead of you. So looks like Brain still pulling up with Salty. Very interesting play considering they got Rat and Ace on kind of in the back lines right here. I wouldn't suggest they take this fight with Lazarus a little too early, especially with this next circle. They can kind of just hover up there towards the north and possibly gatekeep squads that might be looking to make their way into this new circle, which is still hot jukes, about 40-ish% water, maybe even 45.
Oh man, and within the teams that are watching this, they absolutely realize that when they see a circle like this, it might as well be zone 6, zone 5, because of the fact that half that zone is in the water. That leaves half the land available. So you're going to see teams rotate extra quick, and you're seeing them all rotate at the same time. Ghost not trying to take the risk, as the Pittsburgh Knights beat them by just a second. They're going to do a couple little loop-de-loops and start flying down the zone together. But now the Knights are really set up, so they're going to have to be really careful. And they are getting beat up, but it looks like they are able to try. Oh, that nice little dink there. Oh, they're in big trouble. Fail. They have to stop here. Gets knocked out.
Yeah.
Tensa jumps out just in time, and instantly gets finished. Surprised he didn't hear that footstep. Nova stealthily taking out Ghost Gaming. So, what happened, Dave?
Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that.
What happened?
Listen.
What's that gut feeling?
I said for the tournament, not this match. Relax.
Okay.
I said while that was happening, though, Syndicate, instead of hovering around the north end, they actually pushed up on the Lazarus and also took out Lazarus as well. Took out their spot, got a couple kills, then popping back over here to the Knights. Already 4 points in the pocket for this match. They have a nice little dip to work with. They are right there on the edge, and ooh, I love me some action with the Panthers and Yo right now.
Here they go. Frady, nice shots, going to take down Idris. And with 2 down, with Spring down as well. Yeah, you expect the Panthers to come up. But you see 19E all up on the ridgeline, looking to possibly third party this. You also have another team as well right up on there. That's going to be BTOWN. Yeah, looking for some free points. And that's the horrible part about Miramar, is you fight a little too early and you're going to have every team surrounding you. Look at Sam from the back end and forces Legal to give up on the house and has to look on his backside. Gonna get some nice shots, because the little dink right there onto Sam. And now switches his focus after that one. Here he goes into the building. 1v2.
By themselves too, right? Yeah, 1v2. I know they got the support from their squad mates coming up, but they are down below. So Legal definitely needs to clutch this one out. I think managed to get onto the second story somehow as well.
Put some damage on the Purge. Yeah, it looks like they did it in SWAT trading places, so I guess he thought that they were up top. Oh, a nade on the outside forces Frady on the inside. Is he going to jump and pre-fire this? Yeah, he decides to go for the pre-fire. Spring and Purge just buying time, throwing smokes like crazy. And they're just saying, please, come on. We can split this house for a little while. Frady said, no, sir. I'm not renting. I own this house.
Looks like Frady going to be joining their squad mate up above, but Legal did jump out, vaulted out the windows. Purge is going to be connected on. Now it's up to Spring in the window through the smokes.
Done.
Doesn't matter. The pre-fire will be eliminating Yo right there just in time, and they're going to have to move. Next zone did pop, and it did go all the way up there towards the north. So fortunate for the Panthers, they have a nice little main road to utilize those vehicles and maybe send it. Maybe. I know there's a lot of mountains as well they can play and avoid those sidelines from 19E, who 19E, they were trying to third party them, but 19E realized their position in the next zone, and instead they decided to claim that spot for themselves.
That's actually a lucky break there for the Panthers, because if the circle would have gone south onto them, you know for a fact 19E would have full sent it and third partied that. But since it went away, it allowed 19E to go focus on circle, which I think is definitely the right play overall, and it gives the Panthers a little bit more opportunity. Now the Panthers are going to be coming from the outside of the circle, but then again, it's the Panthers. That is what they are used to. But are they used to being taken on from both sides from outside the circle? I don't think so. You can see Moso in a whole lot of trouble. Still ends up getting the thirst, stealing from Syndicate, and goes down right after. What an interesting play.
Yeah, BTOWN, they pretty much took up that position that you were just talking about that 19E we're currently holding down. So they did get a couple knocks. I don't know if they got the confirms. Looks like Ogilvy and Syndicate might have got the better half of the Panthers over here. And Ogilvy, that spot not in the zone. And
nice
Brain
shots.
In Natsuo, the laser focus. I'm surprised the whole team's pushing this actually. The 2 points worth?
I really can't beat it. I mean, after that knock, full send it on in there, get the plays, get it done, and take the point. There goes Brain with the MG3, the squad wiper. Hey, 7 kills. That's huge. And now they're going to go and shift right back to their spot. Now they don't have to worry about their backs. Well executed from Syndicate.
I guess they're fortunate to, I know we see the heads up, but they're fortunate that BTOWN opted to go the opposite direction as well. I think because BTOWN, if they would have still been up there where they were up there on the high ground, they would have had some nice sight lines on this fight to maybe blow up some tires, maybe third party that. But BTOWN actually going to be rolling up right behind the southern part of the circle where Pro Era currently gatekeeping.
You know, it's so crazy. It feels like it's way later because of that water circle, but it's only circle number 4. Which is so crazy. Yeah, It's only circle number 4. That's why they went outside. That's why when you said that, I thought the same thing for a second too, but then I realized, oh, it's zone 4. Yeah, Syndicate totally made the right play. They had the time to do so. But man, dude, those water zones in Miramar, boy, do they ramp things up a lot quicker.
And Paula, 3 squads, UYU, the Hitlist, WallStreetBets. Let's see. We got that main road just kind of dividing the north and the south. Nova right in the middle of that main road with a 2-2 split right now. Sam kind of keeping tabs on at least a duo from Nova, possibly scouting out the next position, and has the spot, Nova? But BTOWN are pushing.
Nova putting on their zone magnets today, and they seem to be working really good, attracting that circle straight onto them. Syndicate, I realize that they are now in a very terrible position, and they have to decide now, do we take the fight with BTOWN first, or do we try to rotate around? But that's way riskier. Looks like they are opting to try and go for the rotation. Let's see if they can luck out, be able to sneak their way into this next circle.
I love this. 19E, they had 2 squad mates in those buildings that BTOWN were trying to throw some grenades at. They heard the shots from Syndicate, and instead of popping out, getting that risky engagement, they just sent it to regroup up with Sam, who is in the zone. So talk about timing. That was beautiful, as now Syndicate and BTOWN all in their vehicles, just trying to migrate right now into the new zone.
Hugh does catch Carnage, so he is knocked. Syndicate full sending it right past the rest of 19. It looks like Acer able to catch Asan out the car. Kinge We saw him in the interview earlier with D-Gon. We know what this guy is capable of. A veteran in the NA scene. Trying to go for the long nade, or actually the long Molotov. Doesn't connect. See how WallStreetBets going to handle that a little later on. 19E, with this little valley, I wonder if Acer is going to go around and go for the pickup. I think that's something he definitely needs to prioritize while this fight is starting to just die down for just a second, because he's not going to get an opportunity a little later, because Gray from the other side ends up confirming Carnage. And now 19E are going to have to do it. The rest of the game is a duo. Actually, make it a solo.
Got him. And let's see, Acer popping out the smokes is going to be spotted from Salty, and Salty going to be finishing what they started. I was going to say Syndicate, like they're one squad that they always just luck out with these sends, these YOLO sends on these very difficult positions. And they found a nice little trench that will allow them to block those sightlines from Nova. This is a huge spot right now for him.
Oh, fights going on all over the place. You can see Steve-O forcing to lay down right in the middle of the street. These smokes being the only cover that he has. And it's just an all-out war on all sides of the map. Look at this. You got the Hitlist laying down at the corner. Oh, the run over! Gira! And just, your Uber's here.
Yeah, a little late, a little aggravated. You didn't tip, I guess. Coming back for that revenge. UIU trying to make their way on into zone will be taking a little bit of blue zone damage, and they're running right towards the death trap of Nova, who are getting shot from a lot of angles here.
I wouldn't call it a little bit of blue zone damage. It's Pop-Up Blues coming in vicious now after this next circle has shifted. And they had nothing that they could do. They get taken out in 8th place. 7 teams remaining. Syndicate still holding on. WallStreetBets did cross the road finally. What happens when WallStreetBets cross the road? Maybe they take down Syndicate. Drago.
Drago.
Nice shots.
Very lucky.
Can he get there for him, T?
Oh, got that dink. Yep. Drago with that scar trying to just fire across the valley right here. It's going to be a 2v2 because Rat is knocked out. Drago going to be trying to get this golden arm. Grenade bounce possibly in that smoke. There's one, there's two. Looking for a connection here.
Salty hitting that crouch up and down right behind that tractor, using it as great cover. And WallStreetBets can't even see that tractor at all. But here comes Drago up on top of the hill. He has a beautiful angle, but he doesn't want to risk it with Sheepman across the road. He is going to hear that vehicle, though, and he is going to go ahead and shift onto them, but is he going to be able to get the shots off in time? Doesn't look like it. Salty through the hard scope. Works out well at FPP and catches Steve on the way in, so it's just Drago up left.
The bait right there. And Syndicate using the little defilades on this ridge to just avoid those sightlines from above, but BTOWN and Pro Era, they have been fighting it out this whole time down here towards the south. It's a Jat with that UMP popping around that corner, getting that confirmed 5 kills so far on the team. Big Draco getting that pickup on a grave. They're looking to possibly seal a deal with Huge Ass over there in Seagut. Still the duo alive for Pro Era down here towards the south.
What a name. And look at this. Syndicate with 11 kills, but Drago shutting that down. Saying, hey, this is for my squad. WallStreetBets, again, have so much to lose here. They got to get it done. Seagut goes down from Pro Era. Peaceful. BTOWN. Is the Jack crawling on the way to him? Is he going to give up the vehicle to go for the res? Okay, the smoke comes in, and they are going to get this reset.
Yeah, it looks like Pro Era only have a solo left here who is going to be stuck between both BTOWN and Dope Esports. Dope Esports been holding this west for some time. But Nova, just not getting taken out. Like, just not getting taken out.
Hey, well, it looks like they finally do get taken out right after that one. What a crazy engagement. This one's just going in all directions. Now, 7WG just messaged me. Wow, that rhymed. And he just said, Drago OP. So I'm looking right at him. What can he do? Can he make something happen as a solo? He's in a good spot. Definitely can. Look at Hugh. Wow, look at Hugh. Look at his spot. Wow. Hugging this circle.
Okay. It's okay. I like Drago's spot a lot better. And We got Grave across the way. Okay, so BTOWN have a couple of vehicles to work with. They can pull that up into that next circle, possibly blow them up, use it for hard cover. But look at this valley. It's just a wide open valley, a couple hills to work with. Besides that, there's nothing. Nothing at all.
Nothing. Look, there's a crate in the middle of the circle, and that's it. Nothing but wide open mayhem. Drago on that opposite end, still just laying down. He is on the thin side of the circle, and that may be really perfect, considering that all these teams are going to be pushing on into the other side. You can see Dope Esports LLC, the limited liability company, grouped up together with a full squad of 4, the only team with 4 up right now. And they're slowly just crawling their way in, playing this very carefully, not trying to get caught out by BTOWN.
Yeah, Dope have the numbers advantage, but they need to make sure to keep their squad mates alive right here. They are within grenade range of Syndicate. Uh-oh, Drago, though. It's a Jat. Spotting Drago. Drago taking them shots. It's a Jat, though, taking out them snakes in the field here and taking up Big Drago's position.
That was a huge 1v1 win. WallStreetBets do get at least a 5th place finish. That's some good placement points from Drago. But it's all about who's going to get that $1,000. And we're seeing trades go on all over the place. It's a Jat dealing with 2 squads at the same time. Brain with the MG3. The best gun in the game. Can he finish strong? Only 3 teams remaining. Brain's just by himself.
A nice
Brain's
hill,
by himself.
too.
But he's got
nice
that MG3.
Hill. Oh, Yahar,
dink.
though, from across the way. Oh, hey, your teammate was using that for cover. They're going to be pulling off of that one. Yeah, see ya. I mean, I guess. As this is the last one alive right here, so I totally understand. They're trying to close the gap in this open terrain, get within grenade range to seal the deal.
Oh, that's the bounce. The bank is open. Yeah, here with a beautiful finish. Now, Brain is the last one up. He does have the MG3, and I don't think they've heard him yet. They have no clue. He's going to get these 2. Lays down. Oh, almost gets the 2. But that little hill ends up saving Dope Esports LLC. And guess what? They are going to use that LLC to collect that $1,000, baby. Let's go.
Hey, you heard them shots from the MG3. Dude didn't let go. Didn't let go. Non-stop, even when they prone down there towards the end. There's something. I really thought they might have pulled out that clutch card. You know why? Because I saw a clip from you about a week ago. You got like a squad wipe using that weapon. So if there was a weapon to really pull it out, that was the one to do so. But regardless, Dope Esports LLC, congrats. Your first Super Weekend chicken dinner, $1,000 in the pocket. Look at the leaderboard. Syndicate, with their kills, actually overlapped them, even though they got that winner chicken dinner.
Bro, I thought I was living in a simulation for a second. I was like, wait, did Syndicate win? You know, like with all these points. But no, that is going to be $1,000 to Dope. But Syndicate's going to end up taking just 1 more point. But I guarantee you they'd rather trade for that grand. That's where it really counts. Let's go over to the second page, see how the rest of the teams did. Notable names that we're seeing down here, 19E, Ogilvy. Ogilvy has actually been a squad that has been a big disruptor, I think, over this entire tournament. And, of course, the big one, XSET, Ghost. Not coming up on top here in Miramar. They got punished.
Yeah, XSET, Lazarus goes, some of the heavy hitters when we look at the overall leaderboard, just getting taken out early. That really opens it up for these other squads that we were kind of talking about towards the beginning of the game who really need these points because those teams at the top they're just soaking them up. So that was the opportunity for a team like Dope to take, and they did just that. Yahar, look at that. 3 kills. Okay, second behind Brain and ahead of Isajat. But GG to them, Hot Jukes. GG to Dope Esports, honestly.
Whew, that's a big one. And honestly, it's huge for them to do it now. Getting at least 1 Super Weekend win, oh, man, that's just got to be massive for the team's overall morale, Dave.
Yeah, and I'm curious, how is that going to play a role in their confidence as well? Finally, being able to get that winner chicken dinner, you have to assume their confidence is going to be up after that. So definitely keep your eye on Dope Esports LLC. And talk about confidence. Well, if you want to build your confidence, well, go into the game, PMPL 2021 Fall Special Crate is now on sale. You can unlock that skin from the store and rock those same skins those players are using right now. Talk about confidence. I think that's all I need to get these winter wearing chicken dinners. But ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We got more PUBG Mobile action coming up after the break.
OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to PMPL North America, season number 2. None of this season would be possible without our sponsor, OnePlus, with flagship performance, 120 hertz display that's so dang immersive, and technology made specifically for gamers like HyperTouch. The OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot at climbing the ladder in PUBG Mobile. Make sure to get your hands on one, the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro. All right, in that last game, we got ourselves a chicken dinner from Dope Esports LLC, and I had the opportunity to go sit down and chat with you here. So let's dive into that one. You hear from Dope Esports LLC.
Hi everyone, Digon here, and I'm joined by Yahir of Dope Esports LLC, the best name in the game. So I kind of wanted to ask to introduce yourself to our audience and how you guys came together as a team.
Buenas, mi nombre es Yair y GL del equipo de Dope Esports. Quedamos subcampeones en esta pasada PNCO. Llevamos aproximadamente un año entrenando juntos y trataremos de hacer lo mejor.
Why don't you tell us about the roles that your teammates play?
Pues me tenemos a mí, que soy el IGL, Calo, uno de nuestros entry flaggers, Fraules, que también es entry flagger, y Nesquik, que es nuestro support.
Is this your first time making it to a PMPL? And if so, how does it feel?
Es mi segunda vez en la PMPL, pues me siento un poco más convencido y con un poco más de confianza.
What is the statement to all the other teams that they want to make as Dope Esports LLC?
Pues que den lo mejor que tengan, jueguen de la mejor manera y demuestren de que están hechos.
All right, Yahir, thank you so much for your time and best of luck for the rest of the tournament here at PMPL Day.
Thank you.
All right, well, that is from the man that got the chicken dinner, Yair from Puerto Rico. Dope Esports LLC needed those points badly. They haven't had the greatest of performances so far yet, but 22 points definitely helps them out, 7.
They definitely do. I mean, this was a team that I was kind of challenging my inner Digon, saying that they weren't really going to be able to pass the Illuminati. Well, guess what? They're trying to prove me wrong right now, because after that performance, my goodness, I mean, Yair today has actually been able to put up a great performance. 1,100 damage to his name, 4 kills out of 8 knocks. If he's able to start converting even more of those knocks into kills, oh, that's going to help out the team big time.
Evan, I'm not wrong all the time, man. You don't need to do that to be like. Let's take a look at the total damage from that last map. It was dope. It was dope. Let's take a look at the total damage from that last one, because again, fights all over the place. Syndicate as well, as they were able to very much stop the hopes and dreams of Ogilvy and the Panthers, 2 top teams, and they top our chart here.
Yeah, and I mean, we've kind of talked about how successful Syndicate has been on Miramar in the past, so not really surprised, but for some reason, this just seems to be their comfort zone. Over 2K damage, 11 kills, a huge showing for Syndicate, definitely going to be helping them get some more points on this board, and obviously our chicken dinner winners in Dope Esports LLC, over 1,700 damage, 7 kills. This is I mean, the amount of points they got here with this is almost what they've made in a day. So this was a huge step up for them. Knights sneaking in again. They've been kind of like flying under the radar while still managing to get a lot of damage and points on the board for themselves here. 9 kills, over 1,600 damage. And then BTOWN Esports, we asked for a little bit of a resurgence from them, and we've been getting it.
We definitely have. I mean, for them to be able to, what was it? Actually, you know what? I don't even remember. I'm just going to move on to Nova because Nova was able to put up 6 kills, 1,200 damage. And then we got WallStreetBets being able to put up almost 1,000 damage with 2 kills. We saw Stevo being able to do work. We saw Drago being a snake there at the end, clutching up those placement points for his team. And then at the end, actually, a huge surprise for me besides UYU is the Panthers. I feel like it's been a very long time since I've seen the Panthers up here. So that's definitely a pleasant surprise.
Yeah, again, Panthers just rotating on into the death trap that was Syndicate and forced to fight, and also had Ogilvy in the area. So I think for a pretty tough rotation, Panthers still dishing out damage and collecting some points. A nice showing from them. Now, we started off the day talking about a couple of our teams that just qualified for their first time. And now let's check on into some of the stats from WallStreetBets and Dope Esports LLC after that last chicken dinner. 7, this one's you, yeah?
Yes, sir. And with this one, I mean, I wanted to compare the team that wasn't doing that well, that now just got the chicken dinner, to the best team out of the 3 new teams here in the Super Weekend. And today, I mean, after that gameplay that we just saw in Miramar, Dope Esports definitely being able to put out more damage, more kills as well, which that is a huge plus. But when it comes to average survival time, WallStreetBets definitely being able to take that edge off, because Drago has just been able to stay alive a little bit longer. And I mean, we have seen Baba being able to step up as well for WallStreetBets. Now, for Dope Esports LLC, something to mention is that they are currently rotating their squad. So far today, there has been 5 players that have played, and every single player, at least for Dope Esports LLC, they do have at least 1 kill. And that leads me to my next target. And I don't want to do this, but I'm going to have to do it. King A, what is going on? You currently have 100 damage and 0 kills. You need to start being able to help out your teammate a little bit more. He has been very unlucky getting killed first every single time, at least for WallStreetBets. Hopefully he's able to turn it up, because right now Steve was starting to step it up for WallStreetBets. Baba, I mean, we just saw what Baba was able to do in regards to clutch. And then you have Drago, which, I mean, we know what to expect for Drago, being able to just stay alive, being able to get those clutch kills. Now, if they can get King A also involved in that party, this is a team that I can definitely see them getting 100 points.
All right, well, we'll have to see how they continue moving on forward. We now just had a small little call out here by 7 for King A. Who at home do you think needs to step up for their squad? Use the hashtag PMPL across all social media platforms and let us know which player needs to do a little bit better, because we know that they can. let us know using the hashtag PMPL and hop into the conversation across all social media platforms. All right, let's head back on over to the schedule for the day. We're moving back on to Erangel, no more Dusty Desert, and the jungle coming up next. 3 maps left, and so it's time, my analysts, who we going with? So Glitter, I'll start with you. Erangel, who's taking the dub?
Oh, I mean, today has been all over the place in like the best way, so I'm not really mad about it. But I feel like at this point, I don't even know how things are going to play out anymore. I'd like to see Knights get another chicken dinner on the board, though, for themselves. They've been doing well. They're getting those kill points and getting the damage. They just need the chicken dinner now.
Okay. All right, there's some PK. Who you got, Seven?
I'm trying to get some glitter dominance here. All right, give me a second. Ghost Gaming. That's who I got. Ghost Gaming. They were able to actually perform pretty well there on the first Erangel. We saw some surprises from HH24 being able to step up. That's always a huge plus for you when HH24 is able to step up for that team. So I'm hoping Ghost Gaming is able to clutch up the win.
All right, there's 2. I'll throw mine in there as well. Ogilvy. They got tough rotation in that last one. They did well in map number 1. We'll find out how they do moving forward. All right, to get us into the game, we got ourselves a caster swap. So let's send it on over to the guys to get into Erangel for the second time. Map number 3 overall of the last day of Super Weekend number 2.
Let's get it, everybody. Woo! Match number 3, taking it on back to Erangel.
We vibing.
Let's get it, bro. Hey, what a swap. Huh, Dave?
Yeah, we swapped it up, man, for no vibe Dave to vibe Dave right here. Hey,
Yes,
man,
sir.
I'm looking good. You're looking good. Game number 3. We're looking at squads to get some more money in the pocket here tonight.
Here's what we'll
Dope
do.
Esports. Oh, what we'll do? What are we gonna?
Hold on, watch this. Watch this. Ready? Look. Swapped, baby. Let's go. Let's get into the action. You know, got to go and make sure that vision is 2020, everybody. And I'll tell you what, these players, they better be ready. Their eyes better be set on that $1,000 prize because someone's about to get it here in match number 3. Let's go.
Let's go. We got about 20 seconds to go. The players checking their vision, you know, getting their shoes tied up, getting ready to go, making sure that belt's nice and tight for that parachute. So talking about teams, we heard from Glitter Damas, Knights, we heard from Seven, Ghost Gaming. What about you? Real quick, what about you? Who's coming out on top?
I'm going to go with Nova. Why not, dude? They've been just dominating.
All right. Well, we got some predictions, some hot takes here for this match. Ladies and gentlemen, put in the chat right now your hot take. Who is going to walk away with those $1,000 in this match? As I hate to say it, but we're getting towards the end of Super Weekend number 2, Hot Jukes, and it's been exciting so far, man.
It's crazy, dude. Honestly, it's nuts to me just like how much NA has progressed. Like straight up, the level of competition is just higher than it's ever been in my eyes. I mean, we're starting to see teams that I didn't really expect start to pop off. Honestly, like if this was like before the tournament started and Degon would have like said, "Oh, I predict Ogilvy to win it," I would have been like, "Man said Ogilvy." You know what I'm saying? But I mean, dude, have they made a name for themselves? I mean, Sute said that this was like his most underrated squad and biggest surprising team, and I'm gonna have to just be right in line with him. I mean, Ogilvy have been playing like a top team here. They have those pop-off moments, and I think that if they get the right spot, they can win the game very easily.
I think if anybody said else, they're lying, right? You're just lying because Ogilvy, they qualified, I think, 5th place from PMCO, and 5th place, like they were okay, but definitely not on the level of BTOWN that we saw, that complete dominance that when we had the chance to cast their games during that PMCO. So whatever they have been doing since then has been working out big time. And I think it comes down to that slow and steady edge play that they have been pulling in. Now, one counter to that is it really depends on the zones, of course. And this is a prime example. Right now, they were looking to maybe play a little edge, but it will be riskier with this zone because a lot of teams are going to have to make their way on into it. We got 19E, we got BTOWN, we got the Hitlist, the Panthers, and Nova, kind of all in that general area. So will they be able to gatekeep / defend if they have to get into an early fight, or will they just opt to get vehicles and get to safety as quickly as possible and play that slow, steady game here?
That's a decision that they're going to have to make and see. And honestly, I think that they're going to make the right one. I mean, so far, their play style has just been very dominant. I think that they're only missing a couple little things to put them in that, like, guaranteed top 3 squad. But I think as we've seen, though, here, Dave, pretty much every single game that's been happening, we're seeing teams improve. We're seeing the top teams get more topness, I guess, the right way to put it. You know, like, they just have been dominating the lobby. And I think Ogilvy, the more games they play against these squads, the better they're going to get. And they're not far off from being there right neck and neck with all the top squads in North America.
So right now, this team, still kind of talking about Ogilvy, they're reminding me of last season's Knights in the aspect that looking at their charts, Natsuo, 29 kills this weekend, right?
Crazy.
Behind them is Verrex with 9, and then Glaze with 6. So there's definitely one player on the squad who is just putting in a lot of damage, almost 5K damage done, 29 kills. The question that comes to mind is what happens if Natsuo gets taken out early game? That star player is not going to be there to kind of support their squad mates in the mid to late game team fights that they find themselves in. So that's a debate. You know, we saw it last season with the Knights. Do you have a take on that, Run? You know, I laid down them stats right there. You got a take on that?
That's a good, I mean, it's a pretty good take. I mean, you look at the Knights, it's kind of similar in the situation with the team that they have. I mean, if Coops goes down, it's a big loss for them. But I think with the Knights, you got Xenox, you know, who's right there neck and neck as far as a top fragger. Alucard has proven himself to be a solid off-angle specialist. We saw it earlier inside of Pachinko. I think that's what it really takes, is those top teams to have those multiple star players in their squad. And I think if you look at, you know, Nova, they have that. Ghost definitely has that. You know, PK are growing that squad to having, I mean, pretty much almost to the end. And then XSET, neck and neck. So I think you're right. Absolutely. I feel like Ogilvy is, I feel like they're a better hit list, if that makes sense. You know, like, instead of Jachi, you got Natsuo. And in that situation, it's just working out a little bit better in Ogilvy's favor. But if the whole squad can kind of get on that same level, oh, dude, they're going to be a scary team.
Imagine Jack.
But everybody has their role, though.
Yeah, everybody has their role
though.
for sure, and they're doing just fine with that. I'm just theory crafting, of course.
Same.
And well, that was that first kill of match number 3. Here's Jachi. That's what I'm saying. What if Jachi was on Ogilvy? Then they would have like those two kind of entry fraggers, kind of similar to the Knights this season with Coops and Xenox. Always up for debate here, you know, making the perfect team, I guess you can say. But getting into this game, very interesting. I'm looking at the minimap. A lot of teams are opting to rotate through. Yes, Naya. I'm counting like 5 different squads right now, kind of taking the same pathing. Yeah, wow, exactly. XSET kind of leading the charge right here.
They all got the same coach or something. I mean, they all have the same,
right?
you know, thought process on how to make this rotation. Like, oh yeah, we go this way, it's going to be safe. Turns out everybody had the same idea, so they're all having to break off and figure this one out. It'd be interesting to see if they do end up catching each other. So far, it doesn't look like either team has, but here comes Dope on the behind them as well. What an insane migration here. But so far, it seems to be working for all these squads.
A little disappointed we don't see Pro Era on a glider. I was promised gliders this weekend. Still no gliders, at least from our perspective. Maybe they have been pulling off them glider plays. I'm always a fan of those gliders. And looking just to update everybody bigger picture-wise, BTOWN the only team not currently looking to make their way into circle number 1. They're still looting all the way down there towards the south on Military Base Island. So we'll see them coming in a little later than everybody else, which might be the play, actually, as Pochinki, the southern half of circle number 1, is pretty much wide open right now.
Dead open. So, I mean, with this kind of northern ship, personally, I'll tell you what, I am just hoping that we get a Zarky circle, dude. I want it so bad. I want a Zarky finish. I haven't seen it in comp, so if we could see it now, I will scream like at the top of my lungs. Well, you know, away from the mic, of course, so guys, don't worry. But, oh, that would be so sick. Looks like it's going to be probably going to center up, though. So I'm just going to keep my eyes on that while Alucard keeps his eyes on XSET, that DP. So deadly. And XSET, yeah, they realize, oh, we're so screwed here. Their Tesla, I'm sorry, getting busted up big time. Those smokes do go down. But, oh, it looks like Chico's getting on the aggressive. He's sending it on in there.
Very risky. Not because of the push right here, but because of all those teams that we mentioned. We got Dope pulling up. Oh, they need to get this done really quickly. And Killswitch kind of off on their own over there, trying to lay down that suppression fire behind the tree into the shelter with the M16, but super far from the squad mates.
Polo trying to pull off some sneaky plays by hopping in that vehicle. The Knights are not going to buy it, though. That's going to leave XSET all by his lonesome, and they're going to know exactly where he is. Then, unfortunately for Knights, though, right after they get that finish, now they're the ones in the blender. With Pro Era putting some shots down the way. Killswitch, he's gonna take that little bit of time that was given to him to head on out of here, but he's gonna be doing it as a solo.
Killswitch heading to Zarky, of course. Nice and open.
That's where it's going.
That's where it's going. And that blender, that's what I was saying. Like, Knights making that push, very risky. Fortunate for them, they were able to get on out of harm's way because Dope, they were quickly approaching, and then behind Dope is UYU. So there's just a convoy of teams rotating throughout the same area, which is going to just cause a cluster up here on the edge up here towards the north.
Alucard onto Hugh. 1v1 situation right now. I'm sure that the Knights are going to get an off angle onto him. Yeah, so he's got to realize that, and he gets in the car at the perfect moment. But is it a little too late? It looks like it's going to be the Knights with some great shots taking out Hugh.
That's seat swap right there. And I know for a fact, like Pro Era, I keep bringing this up, you know, I had a nice long conversation, and Pan pretty much said that the squad is just on the job training, I guess you could put it. Learning how to kind of mesh together, build that synergy. And right there, Hugh kind of off, a little separated from their squad mates, getting pinched like that. I see Pan leaving Stalber right now. Not exactly sure that they're getting the best on the job training right now. It just seems like they're all over the place playing their own solo game here.
Yeah, Pro Era just looked a little disorganized pretty much for the majority of this tournament. They definitely do when the play is super obvious. You know what I'm saying? Like when any team in the world knows exactly what to do, they could pop off. But it almost seems like that's what has to happen. Otherwise, if there's like multiple decisions and multiple things that could happen, you're starting to see the teammates and players just by looking at their movement, just a lot of indecision going back and forth. And at this high level, you just can't have that. And it just takes time to develop that.
Yeah,
the only problem, though, is they don't have that time. Like, they have to pop off now.
They don't have that time. They don't have the luxury of being up there on the top with the big dogs in the lobby. And if they don't qualify next Super Weekend, well, their time card might just be punched. So we'll see what they can do. It looks like Panic going to be playing nice and slow, trying to avoid the sight lines from UYU. Might accidentally run into Killswitch, another solo up there on the edge of Severny. So we've been paying attention to a lot of these teams up here in the north. They're shooting range, and for good cause, because this is where, like we keep mentioning, all these teams are rotating through, because for the most part, all the teams in the south, nice little buffer, nice little compound. They've been playing it nice and slow, nice and quiet. Just fingers crossed that this next circle has a nice shift down there towards the south. So we'll keep everybody updated.
I'm already sad that Zarky is kind of out of the circle. The dream continuing to be put off. One day, Coops looking for a day right now. Looking to get $1,000, almost gets ran over. Woo! Coops with a nice little sidestep. That one was a little bit too close for comfort. Now he's gonna take out all that aggression onto Jet, but he does get the heal off. I think he hears another vehicle around the corner and was making sure that wasn't an enemy. Turns out it was his teammate. Coops applying the pressure to BTOWN.
Ooh, next zone goes up too, so that pressure got turned up just a little more. I'm not sure where Grave was going, honestly. I know Grave almost got the run over on Coops, but ended up going towards the blue right there. So with that in mind, the Knights are going to have to keep their head on a swivel to make sure that player doesn't try to run him over again here in this team fight.
Nice shots from Alucard, trying to catch the vehicle. Doesn't do it. It's a Jet legging it away from the squad. And it looks like the Knights are going to continue to press this fight. They want to get this finished. They want to get these points. Well, yeah, maybe not. Looks like they are having some second thoughts. Yeah, Nova driving by. Alucard with the run over onto Drake, looking good. And he's going to hop in that buggy instead of that UAZ and start most likely heading towards Circle.
What is going on? I see the kill feed popping off, vehicle explosions. Looks like Pro Era actually made it to the Georgia Pool Bridge. That there's the Panthers camping the Georgia Pool Bridge. That is not a bridge we see often camped. And next zone goes up. Ghost, they went for that rotate to go towards the southern part here. They're going to be gatekeeping against Lazarus, so we'll also pay attention to the kill feed. But meanwhile, this long, drawn-out battle up here still happening between the Knights and BTOWN.
Knights were hunting him down. Yeah, the Knights were definitely hunting him down, but unable to find him. BTOWN just being a little bit too sneaky. Seagut looks like he did get some sight lines. Well, his movement seems to seem that way. The Panthers are running across the bridge. Bold strategy, Cotton.
Oh, here we go.
See if it plays out for him. Oh, look at that. They ended up catching Pan.
So close.
Wow. So that's why Seagut knew. I mean, he definitely knew they were after that one. And it looks like they're going to have to send it down this way regardless. So Seagut is coming around the corner with his teammate. This is going to be an interesting play here. I wonder what Pro Era is deciding to do.
And this is like the Panthers' bread and butter. In the blue zone early game, playing the edge.
Chilling.
So, yeah, they don't have any pressure, really. They've been playing this this style pretty much the entirety of PMPL. Meanwhile, Pro Era, that blue zone might apply some pressure. So this is that gatekeep I was mentioning. Ghost Gaming set up to defend right now. Lazarus pulling up here on the ledge.
Beautiful shots there from Spec onto one of the members from Lazarus. That's going to be Gabby. Oh, Lazarus are very grouped up. You know HH is going to be throwing them grenades any second now. Lazarus going to have to be careful. I love these smokes coming out from them. They're going to be able to kind of eliminate those sight lines even further because they know somebody is on that roof. But this is a bold decision if they're going to go for this res. Lazarus needs to commit to the fight.
Oh, and the zone too, and the zone as well. So these zones have been challenging.
Nade from Telly.
We'll be catching that grenade on that rooftop. Looks like they're looking for the wraparound.
The third party.
Telly though, yeah, from Rin, from downtown.
HH too strong up on top. Actually, he does go down at the last second. The laydown from Fears does extend his life for a couple more seconds, but it can be long enough. Bale's going to have to go for these reses quickly. He's got 30 seconds. That's going to be just enough time for them to get a full reset here. Nova is not opting the third party at all. I'm surprised not after noticing the kill feed, but it looks like Nova is going to be prioritizing this rotation first. But they haven't moved yet. I wonder if they are going to press go. It's going to be a little too late now, though. That's kill switch. Oh, it's blue zone. Kill switch. Last, he's just bandaging, trying to survive. And can't do it. Blue's too strong.
What's even more impressive with that Rin shot is that they were getting pressed from Knights and UYU. And I think we're kind of seeing the result of that here. Is Memory going to be on their knees bleeding on out? I don't think that revive will be possible. Rin going to be popping in the buggy. The last one alive. So at least Rin was able to get 1 point, all things considered, and they're going to be driving right behind Ghost Gaming.
Yeah, Rin, here he comes. He's going to play it really carefully. And Rin has been a player that I think I've seen quite a few times survive towards the end and get some good placement points. This is a good thing to keep an eye on because Nova, they're usually they're very good at putting up some points regardless of the situation. So I'm going to keep an eye on Rin to see just how far he's going to get up there. Remember, there's 13 teams remaining. He's a solo. How many points can he steal away from the other team? You know, he's a bold rotation for Rin.
Do some scouting.
Really bold.
Gonna be making a U-turn. But Ghosts are also pulling up.
Scouting.
Yeah, Ghosts are also pulling up. Rin's still alive, by the way. We haven't seen his name in the kill feed. Looks like they're gonna be bugging up the mountain cliffs, and they're safe for the time being.
Bugging up the mountain when Rin comes. And look at this. Yo is coming down the mountain right now. Panthers doing some great shots right through that window. That's the only sight lane they have. Asun has to win this fight with Idris. Has to take him down. It's so difficult to throw grenades when you're on a high ground like this. But if you're on the low ground, you're going to be in a great position. Idris is prioritizing the first aid first. He does get shot, but that first aid does go off in perfect time. But he unfortunately has to go into the wide open.
They're all dead.
A nice shot.
Yeah, they're all dead. They're taking the fight right
goes
there.
Down.
You had Ogilvy on the top shooting from above, and then you had 19E from all the way up in the north in their nice, safe compound with the campfire going, taking shots as well, trying to third party. So this side of the mountain is nothing but clear sight lines from 19E. So they need to be cautious as they scale their way up here. We're going to have a true King of the Hill game here as the mountain is dead center right now, Hot Jukes.
Oh, it's Mount Everest finish, and Ogilvy are the kings of the mountain right now. They're right on top, pretty much almost dead center. So they are going to be in a great position, and Ogilvy have been playing this so well. You can see Natsuo, their kill leader, up front and center, just trying to pick up these points. These are very difficult shots. This is really far away, and he seems to love the single tap AK. And you can see him just going through the smokes, trying to get some dinks.
Little bit right there. And we see that mini map on the east side. You got WallStreetBets getting sandwiched right now from Knights and BTOWN. Ooh, already a squad mate down. Nope, they cannot afford this here. And Baba did get a knock, but was able to group up with their squad mates up close, snaking it within grenade range, looking to connect here. Might be a little too far. All these squads, they need to take this fight though.
Well,
there's nowhere to go.
They're in such a big trouble right now. Their stock, they're going up and down, and you're just not sure if you're gonna sell or if you're gonna diamond hands them. Baba got the diamond hands on that nade though, right towards it's a chat, baby, and it's good. Beautiful knock there, Baba. OP. Can he finish strong though? Stevo does go down. Chico with this angle. Oh, it's gonna be disgusting. Drago has to just send it straight away.
Only a duo too. Only a duo out here from the Knights, and they're not scared to make some noise over here. They're trying to capitalize on their position to take a couple shots at these stragglers, trying to rotate on in late to the zone, because while that fight was happening, Ghosts, they sent it up the hill, up the mountain. They got a nice spot over here on that east side.
Ooh, what a nade.
And a grenade,
what a nade from Spec.
Yeah, what a nade.
So beautiful. It's so tough to shoot, to throw nades downhill. It has to be perfectly cooked, perfectly thrown. Spec right on the money. Ghost looks like they do have their climbing shoes on, but they got to watch their backs. You got Chico and Xenox coming right behind them. Yeah, and Spec turns around completely. One thing I love about Ghost is that even though they play semi-split, they're very good at focusing one team at a time, and I'm not going to be surprised if they decide to focus on their backs first. Definitely something they need to do.
Rin update. Rin's still alive. Rin sent it a couple circles ago with some very sketch rotations, possibly scouting. Still alive over here playing that mountain goat role. And 19E, they had sight lines on their current position, so they were safe to send it, but now they are receiving some shots from above. Ogilvy, they have their hands full right now trying to defend the uphill battle that the Panthers and 19E they're going to have here in a couple moments.
Look at all the battles happening across the map, and you got a little solo Rin, dude, from Nova, sketching some points, little by little. Dope trying to survive from outside the blue zone. They can't get it done. Ogilvy up on top are going to have a beautiful angle. You know, they wish that they had a grenade in their hands to throw down this mountain, but they got to be out of utility.
These grenades from Sam,
there it
they are
is.
just getting tossed so far. Same with Verrex. They're trying to take out the Panthers on that pickup. They were able to get the reset, but Verrex with the DP, if there was a weapon that I would love to have up here, it has to be either the MG3 or the DP right now.
Oh, that DP's a laser. And I love throwing nades from up on this hill. Gravity OP. You could definitely yeet them nades so far, farther than you ever can in any other situation. So I'm interested to see how Ogilvy is going to use that tactic, if they can hit those nades from downtown. 19E are definitely using it all across this map. It's buying some more time.
The Panthers are actually, I'm surprised, able to scale up further than I would have expected here.
The outside of Circle Kings are the Panthers. This is what they live for. They live for the situations where they have to get into the circle. How are they going to play it out? You got Moso up front. They usually just push in shoulder to shoulder, and that looks exactly what they're doing. Playing it very carefully, trying to catch these teams, trying to hopefully get a third party from behind, timing it perfectly. Glass does get caught. He shifts the direction of that nade straight towards them, and they do catch one member from Ogilvy. It's a Natsuo. One of the best fraggers in this tournament to hold it down. Can he catch these in the 2v1? He gets one.
The awareness right there from Natsuo.
The help from Vurex being so strong too on that off angle. Buys more time for his teammate to let him heal up, and he gets the finish. Shut down is the Panthers. Natsuo coming up huge.
The awareness right there. And then, of course, the support from their squad mate, Vurex, to allow him to pull back and get a boost up. Now it's going to be the duo from Ogilvy up against 19E to fight for this position here on the western side, the western front of this zone.
Well, Ogilvy did some gatekeeping. Now they're being gate kept. Can they turn it around? They do have quite a bit of circles still to their side, so they can definitely lean off this rotation. That's exactly what they're doing. Vurex is going to throw some grenades just to kind of distract a little bit while he does go on this rotate around all of them. So Ogilvy with a beautiful decision to kind of hold off on this play. They are a duo. At 19E, they're comfortable. They're saying, hey, we want these points. And we're going to rack up some more because guess what? There goes the Knights. Top 4 left. Ghost with, catches Carnage. The Billy Goat up on top of the hill. Head poking out just a little too much. HH takes it off. And here comes, he takes out Acers as well. Rin being very quiet, but I thought it was not quiet enough, but I think a Ghost actually helped Rin out to get that finish. And it's just Natsuo left for Ogilvy. What can he do as a solo, especially with this hard shift? Oh, it's going to be so tough. Ghost getting blessed right at the end.
And then Rin, if they get taken out right now, 8 placement points. Yep. So Rin has just been pulling out that clutch card here this game for those placement points. Natsuo knows exactly where Rin is. He smokes. Going to be providing some cover for Rin, but Natsuo is not stopping. Gonna be tossing that low. Please. Grenade. Is it gonna bounce off to the right there? So close.
That would have been such a sick play. Spec taking down 19E. Carnage going down once again. Not able to get it done. Ghosts are a little bit distracted though with Natsuo there. They actually, not distracted for very long, do end up taking him out. Ogilvy gets 4th place. That means Nova. What did I say? From 13th, Rin, able to get at least 3rd place. Who's gonna get the chicken dinner though? Here comes Spec against 19E. He's got a beautiful angle. And he looks like he hit Gun Swap. Finally gets the finish on 19E and Nova. Rin, what did I say, Dave? From 13th to 2nd place. And one more kill.
Not done.
No way. No way.
Rin is not done. They have the zone too.
Do the impossible. He's got a beautiful angle.
Grenade?
Oh, this nade. Not cooked enough.
It might roll.
Molotov?
Molly?
That's going to spread out. Oh, and the shots! Woo! Ghost said, no, sir. No, sir, Rin. I ain't going to lie. My heart started beating a little bit fast right there. Rin started popping off, but man, he just put his shoulder out. And Ghost, dude, those guys, instant finish. They do not miss. What a way to get it done. Ghost Gaming win. Who did the prediction, Dave? Who did that prediction?
Seven.
Nice.
And me, of course. But
Of course.
I won't go there. But if there was a solo to really clutch it out, I think Rin or Polo right now, just looking at numbers alone. So honestly, all it would have taken was a nice grenade to maybe get the double knock. I think Ghost Gaming realized that towards the end. That's why we started to kind of see them spread out a little bit, because they were close, but it wasn't done. The deal wasn't sealed yet. So that's why we saw them spread apart to avoid those mollies and its grenades. And then they came out on top. But you call it from 13th position, which gets you 0 points. The goose egg all the way up to that second place spot, which gets you 12 points. Those instincts of Rin coming in clutch here this game.
This is why Nova is one of the top teams in North America, because even if they have a bad start, they still put up placement points. And you just saw it here firsthand, everybody. This is Exhibit A. They put up big points. Rin, dude, with that rotation and play style, second place. Absolutely insane. I can't believe that worked out that well. Actually, I can, because Rin has been popping off, especially this past
Still up
couple
there,
of
too.
days.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Still
dude,
up
look at
there.
And an MVP.
How? How do you still manage to be up here as a solo practically throughout the game? So, Natsuo, that's a good looking list. Jukes. Tensa, Natsuo, and Rin. That is a solid top 3 players list right there from that match. And I have to give it to 19E as well. They don't have any players up here, but I really like their decision making and timing they had throughout that whole game. And I think it paid off big time. They got some solid placement points and a couple kills to go with it. But ladies and gentlemen, that was match number 3, Erangel in the books. We got 2 more spicy games to go. And then Super Weekend number 2 is in the books for history to tell the rest of the time. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere. We're talking about time. Quick break, and we'll be back with more PUBG Mobile.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back, everyone, to PMPL NA season number 2. This is Super Weekend number 2, final day, which means it's day number 3. You're here with D-Gon, 7, and Glitter to break down what just happened on the second time of Miramar, ending on the mountain. Everyone just trying to find a little piece of comfort. And how about Rin hiding from, I think, 7th place and able to climb his way all the way up, no pun intended, to 2nd place there in that final game. That was a heck of a game. So we're going to take a look at the overall scores to start things off here. With that last game, Ghost getting a huge chicken dinner. It'll help boost them up. But again, Nova got to climb up, and they now lead the overall ranking. I can't believe this is happening here, 7.
Let's go. This is honestly what we've been expecting and waiting to see. Nova, honestly, this is kind of meeting all our expectations so far. Hopefully they're able to continue on this trend. 314 points there for Nova. And you know who's not far behind? One team that we've been kind of waiting for. One team that we've been alluding, they really haven't been that flashy, but they've been consistent. Ghost Gaming now in 2nd place, being able to pass XSET with 292 points there for XSET. And XSET still dominated in regards to kills. They have been fairly quiet in the past 2 matches, though. I would like them to bounce back. 19 Esports being able to clutch up 276 points. Ogilvy, even though they haven't gotten an extra chicken dinner, they're still able to maintain themselves within the top 5. And the Panthers, for a team that after day 1 of Super Weekend number 2, were in 1st place, they have fallen a lot, Glitter. They're currently sitting down in 6th place with 252 points.
Yeah, and if Knights have anything to say about it, 7, Panthers are going to continue to fall, considering Knights is only 1 point behind them right now in the overall, and then this is where that point fall off starts. Syndicate, though, now jumping up into 8th place after having a pretty solid showing here so far, which means that now I believe it's BTOWN is going to be pushed back down into the next page of teams. Yeah, BTOWN Esports, they're in 9th place. Lazarus in 10th. UYU has officially gotten more points than Mizexus now. So they were tied at 133. Now we're at 138. But I think I know what you're looking at, 7. Down there at the bottom, your boys, WallStreetBets, have officially now leapfrogged over Boring Protocol by 1 point, pushing Boring Protocol right to the edge of the top 16.
Yes, they have. And you know who's happy about this? Not only myself, not only Mustache Dave, but also Paul, because he was saying they were going to get around 100 points, or at least that was the major mark, and they're looking like they're going to be able to, especially if they can clutch up just extra 15 points here in the last 2 matches, going into one of their favorites, going into Sanhok. We do have Yo there with 41 points. The Illuminati, I can tell you, Land, right now, all of their players are currently looking at this overall leaderboard, and they're biting their nails because this next week of league play, boy, it's going to be quite stressful.
Yeah, again, a lot of this is being influenced by the fact that the last 2 maps, XSET, Big Donut, thank you to Mustache Dave for calling that out during his cast. Like, they have not been able to score any points and get anything going. Rare to see that. But we are seeing some of the big dogs in the lobby dish out a ton of damage as we take a look at our damage charts from that last Erangel map. Again, just so used to seeing these big names up here, and we get them once again. It's Ghost on top, Ogilvy, who's been a thorn in everyone's side, 19 Knights, Panther. Like, look at this. These are the best performing teams. These are the most informed teams right now, other than maybe BTOWN. But I will include WallStreetBets here. You made me get some diamond hands here, 7, because I believe in WallStreetBets. Glitter, what do you see when you see these teams and this much damage?
I mean, we're talking about big names up here, but we've also got big damage numbers. This was a massive game for not only Ghost Gaming, who does break the 2100 damage mark with 14 kills, and that's the type of performance that we love to see out of Ghost Gaming. But I mean, Ogilvy continuing to have some solid games under their belt with 9 kills and hitting that 2K damage mark, like right under it. I mean, 19 Esports, I said they needed to have a stronger day throughout the entire day, and they honestly have been doing that. They've been chipping away at the scores above them. Knights, once again, quietly just getting 9 kills. They've done this multiple times today, and without getting any chicken dinners, they are just continuing to get some points on their board for themselves. I mean, you kind of mentioned it last time, Seven. Panthers is back up here in our total damage numbers. They might not be getting chicken dinners. They might not be having the same performance as they used to, but this is significantly better for them.
Yeah, it's definitely a bounce back from what they were able to do in Miramar. If I'm not mistaken, I think they ended up somewhere along the lines of 12th place in Miramar, so a huge bounce back. And I mean, for Nova Esports to be there, and for WallStreetBets, going back to the diamond hands right there, WallStreetBets has been so consistent when it comes to this total damage, at least overall today. Every single time we show that graphic, WallStreetBets is there. This is something that we want to continue to see out of this team. That means Stevo, it's not only Drago anymore. Stevo, Baba starting to do work. I do need King to step it up even more because he's currently just sitting at the bottom with 0 kills.
Yeah, King A looking to step on up. And I just look at that chart. Feels bad for Panthers. They put in a decent amount of work, right? They hit over 1,000 damage. I think it was like 1,500. But the team in front of them is the team that's right behind them in the overall standings in Knights. So they got to be able to pick it on up. The team that won that last one, though, Ghost Gaming. That's a team we've been waiting to turn on for a little while. Let's dive into the player stats from that last game, Seven.
Yeah, and with this one, I mean, I'm excited for this because this is a player that I personally love talking about, and this is the main reason why I wanted to see this graphic. I wanted to see how my boy, the problem, HH24, has been doing, and you can see him. He's currently leading in regards to damage for this team, and this is what this team needs. They can't just depend on Tensa, even though Tensa has been showing up. He currently does have 8 kills. He currently does have 1,100 damage. For HH24 to be able to back him up, it's huge. And not only that, we were able to see what Bell's been able to do as well. Even when he's not, he's able to call out players, but even when he's standing, he's able to put up damage as well. 896 damage, 6 kills, 9 knocks. I mean, this team is starting to perform the way that we expect them to, Glitter. The way that we know Ghost Gaming can definitely perform.
Exactly, and this is what we were hoping for. You know, we wanted to see these massive performances because it's what we've grown to expect from them. They're good enough for it. This is why they've been at the top so many times. So this is starting to meet those very high expectations that I know you and I had, and honestly, it feels good to have them meeting it.
Yes.
Yeah. Ghost, so experienced, so many international lands, and I would say, I think on behalf of all of us experts here, not hitting the mark that they wanted to in those international lands. How do you tune up? By dominating your region, and games like that last one are what we expect out of Ghost Gaming. Hashtag PMPL Ghost Gang, where y'all at? Let's hear it. Use it on your social media platforms right now to let us know how you feel about Ghost after that last chicken dinner. Pretty sure probably feeling good. Let us know exactly how good you're feeling. Use the hashtag PMPL on Twitter, Facebook, Twitch, Instagram, and YouTube to get into the conversation. Now let's dive into the schedule. It's the best time of the day. We're heading to Sanhok, Seven.
Yes, we are, and I cannot wait for the madness. I want to see who's going to be the team that maybe is going to be able to take advantage of this. Is it going to be XSET, D-Gun, and Glitter, the team that just has been having unfortunate luck for the past 2 matches? They have ended up with just 0 points from Miramar to this last Erangel. Can they step it up? And if they do, I do want to see Polo again. We really haven't mentioned him as much. He was the main player out of that roster alongside with Killstretch that was starting to step it up. XSET is going to be my pick for this next one.
Yeah. Glitter, who about you?
You know, I don't hate that. I don't hate that pick because not only are they capable of doing it, there's enough chaos on Sanhok to kind of throw a wrench in the works for everyone, but what happened to XSET? They had such a strong bounce back yesterday, and I feel like they need something to close out the weekend with a strong chicken dinner on the board, getting some more money in their pockets. I mean, we were hoping to see what they could do with that for today, and they don't have too many more opportunities to do so.
I was trying to see if I needed to change my pick. No, I'm sticking with XSET.
All right, we're going with the duo XSET picks here. I'm going with Ghost. Back-to-back chicken dinners and a little nugget for you all stat lovers there. Yesterday, Spec, 600 damage per game. That is what he averaged. 3K at the end of the day. It was insane. Looking for more of that kind of action here as we head on over to Sanhok with our casters, Paul and Verum Toddkill and Zute. Guys, let's get into the jungle.
Thank you so much, D-Gon. Let's get things going. Back at it again. Day 3 of our second super weekend, and still $2,000 up for grabs. Zute, yeah, I don't dislike any of those predictions, but who would you lean towards if you were to pick a winner here on Sanhok?
I'm actually going to go with Ghost Gaming. I think, they're always a little bit slower to start, but I think they're starting to hit their peak, and I think it's about time we see a back-to-back chicken dinner from Ghost Gaming.
I mean, they've done it before, so we know they can. I wouldn't disagree with that pick. And after the way they were looking in that last one, I may actually tend to agree with you. It's so interesting to see how these games have played out over the course of these super weekends, taking a look at the overalls. A lot of the squads we expected to see up there at the top certainly were. We'll see if that's going to be the case here on Sanhok, or if a new team, or maybe a team down towards the bottom, will be able to strike a blow here in the chaos, the rumble in the jungle. Zute, let's go.
Sanhok. Ooh, man, we've had some of the most exciting games on Sanhok, and it's not the typical all-out chaos that we usually see. It's like a structured chaos when we see that northwestern circle. Like, you can just see, like, everybody has a game plan established. And if I were to compare these Sanhok games to, like, previous seasons, I feel like almost there's, like, more structure to the chaos now. We're able to follow more of the fights, whereas before, it would just be so haphazardly drawn, like, throughout the whole entire map. It's very hard to follow. But I think all the teams are starting to find their groove on Sanhok, so that's really good to see out of the NA scene. I feel like the North American scene has been getting better and better.
Oh, 100%. And I'm glad I'm not the only one who noticed this. I felt like in seasons past, I saw more players die to the blue than to each other on Sanhok. And I feel like I see that a lot less now. I feel like players are a lot more cognizant of the time. They're going for these sends, these plays. They're going to give themselves an opportunity to fight, to win. Even if it means maybe, losing a fight, they're at least going to put themselves in position to take that fight.
Yes.
Rather than in some past seasons where we're just like, well, they kind of stalled. And now they're out in the blue, and, well, all the teams are dead. Great. Like, it's not as fun to watch.
Yeah, we would be seeing, like, 2 to 3 different team fights in the blue zone where both teams, Team A didn't leave early enough to rotate. Team B didn't make the press early enough to do anything. And now Team A and B are both kind of just dying in the blue. I think this season, maybe we've seen it like once or twice, but definitely not as much as before. So that's great to see. Ogilvy right there. Verrex dropping very close to that XSET split, or I think maybe XSET dropped into Ogilvy's split. This is interesting to see here. I think this might be a bait play. Buggy's going away. They're not going to expect Verrex to still be back there.
Yeah, they're taking shots to players further away, and this is absolutely a bait. They're not going to be expecting Verrex to be this close. Playing it slow and steady. Polo, will you check the rock? No, sir, you do not, but does it matter? Almost. As Verrex is able to confirm that kill.
And
Kill switch gets drops as well. So this is absolutely huge, especially because Jay didn't drop with the rest of the squad. Jay dropped at Painan, which means that Jay is coming in late to this fight.
That was huge. Like, I don't know if that bait play was intentional. It definitely did look intentional, but I haven't seen the NA scene do that often enough. And Ogilvy, right, they had that buggy. If they had a car, like a 3-seater, 4-seater, and they purposely left one behind, then I would 100% see that as intentional. But either way, it works out great. They realize they left one player behind, calls it out, yo, we could trap them here, and they also get the knock onto Kill Switch, who was trying to just get the trade for Polo, right? And Ogilvy pick up 2 quick points, and XSET, somebody predicted, XSET to maybe pop off on this Sanhok because they had 0 points in the 2 previous games, but now they're starting off as a 2-man on Sanhok of all maps. Ooh, not looking good at all.
Yeah, Sanhok is one of those maps. I mean, it's extremely important on all of them. Woo! To make sure that you've got all 4 players up and alive at the late game. Some maps you can make do with 3. You can still make plays. You can still set up decent, team shooting, get good pinches. But Sanhok, I mean, so many just rambunctious compound breaches. They're still searching for him. I think XSET's, or Kill Switch rather, will eventually go down. There you go. Okay, you got the kill. Sanhok's one of those maps where oftentimes teams just have to muscle their way in. So having additional bodies to just throw at the problem is a huge factor. So for XSET not to have 4 up from the start, it's going to be very difficult. We'll keep an eye on them. So they're still in a decent position, just out of boot camp, pretty much dead center of this circle, which has been a very kind one. Could go either way towards that Western Island or the mainland. Still lots of options for these teams. So jumping on board with 19E, who are making the approach into Yo.
Yo definitely knows that 19E is coming, and I thought Yo would play a little bit more quiet, maybe trap one person in or snake one person out, but we saw the way 19E was zigzagging up here. They fully know, without any shots being heard, without any audio cues, anything, that there's a team camping up here. So that's just 19E doing their homework, and they're moving so fast. I love this. They're throwing the nades up top, and then they're just immediately sweeping. This is a pre-planned push right here.
Talk about throwing muscle, throwing bodies at the problem, and that's exactly what they're doing, running as a squad. Acer does end up falling in response. We'll be able to hide behind the rock and likely hold on, but there's a potential third party getting involved here. As that is the case, it's Dope coming in on the outside, taking some long-range shots, giving Yo a momentary reprieve, but neither one of these teams really wants to push their luck because they are exposed on this hillside.
Dope could have a chance here to peek over the top on 19E. Just got third party there by Dope, but the Yo team just once again a little bit slow to move to take advantage. We saw yesterday one of their players got an amazing double knock, but then the follow-up wasn't there, and the other team just managed to get away scot-free. And Yo down a member again, and they have a small advantage, a window to take, but they're not taking it. Nova Esports and the Knights getting into a fight now.
Very similar situation that what we just saw, but in this case, neither one of these teams is one to hesitate. And in this moment, Knights are going to look to try and rally, recover. Chico is already down, but that's the bait like we're talking about. But Xenox is just going to drop. Nova with the full surround. The sweep is there, and just like that, blink and you miss it. Knights is gone as we jump back to the fight between Yo and 19, taking it on the other side of this hill. Now, I do believe they've been able to wrap around to deny a bit of that third-party pressure from Dope, as Carnage is trying to get back up on their feet. Acer is also following what this is going on. What an aggressive opening to Sanhok here, Zute.
It's because of the circle. The circle shifted somewhere where fights are more accessible. It's not like that northwestern circle. And now I love this. All the teams are fighting for their first prime position. Even though it's the first circle rotations are more important on Sanhok than anything else. It's rotating so difficult. So now the fight is breaking out. They did reset to a 2v2. Leon pushing up towards the left, gets some really good shots, and with the drop shot, that drop shot not connecting, and the sweep around by Iris. The Yo team, I was saying they didn't take advantage early enough, but they still closed that fight out. 3v4 situation. They get the full reset, at least back up to the 3 players that they had, and that's 19 Esports taken out by Yo. I was not expecting that one.
And here's the thing. If you're Yo, yeah, you got to be sweating a little bit because you maybe shouldn't have won that fight. Iris was in a full... He was in the full, mounting animation, climbing onto that rock, could not shoot back, could not respond, and just missed shots from 19E. A big part of the reason why they did not win that fight. I think on paper, that should have been their fight to win, but got to be shaking their heads, going back to the drawing board. A single point for them in this game, not ideal. But to back up on what you said, Zute, I 100% agree. Taking these fights early at this stage with this circle on Sanhok is pretty much the only way to go, because if you delay any longer, the chance of you getting third-partied, teams driving up on you, increases exponentially. That's why you have to fight soon before other squads roll on up.
Yeah, we should take note of where those 2 fights happened, too. It wasn't in some random spot where teams just ran into each other unexpectedly. It was on top of strong hills. Nova Esports, you see right here. The Knights dropping Pine on. Usually they have access to this hill before Nova, but Nova, I would say the best team on Sanhok so far with the utilization of vehicles. You saw him get in that car. They beat him to this hill. They fought for this position. Nova wanted out. 19 Esports wanting to do the same on the other hilltop against Yo. So these fights aren't by mistake. These are premeditated fights. They want these positions early on. So even though they went out, 19 Esports went out, the Knights went out, I respect it. I think that's what they should do instead of just waiting for chance of a circle bless or waiting until it's later when more things are out of their control. But speaking out of control, we're going into the second circle and nobody will ever know exactly where that second circle will shift to. And this one, I mean, I'm just glad we're away from the Northwestern Island. I never thought I'd say that, but I've been seeing that Northwestern game
stressful
so much. And, well, that's a really good shift for all of these teams.
It centers up really well. A lot of teams opt to play a little bit closer to the delta, to the river, just in case there's some crazy shift and they have to rotate down to one of these other islands off the mainland. But take a look at where Yo is. They were dead. If you were to like take a ruler and slice the circle into quarters, they would be pretty much dead center on that one. So there's a reason they were fighting for that particular position. But speaking of fighting, Pro Era looking to take the fight to Lazarus as Joey drops. Telly is with him. Fears is a scrap of HP, and wow, talk about springing into action. Pro Era leaping out from behind cover, and just like that, I mean, Lazarus is looking rough.
This is what I'm talking about. So you see Lazarus' position. They're downhill. They decided to kind of like wait for that circle shift to maybe make a move on a hilltop, and now that hilltop is being camped out. You know, Lazarus have a tough time making it up, but luckily for the Lazarus team, there is a third party from distance, I do believe, from Ghost Gaming. So that does give... Oh, Dope. Okay. Dope getting in some really good shots there. So that does give some reprieve to the Lazarus team. They could get a reset up to 3 players, but they still got to fight their way up here. And at this point, it might be a little bit too late. They might wait another circle to make a move, but the longer you wait on Sanhok, the more chaotic it gets.
Yeah, and I say this. I saw Dope in the kill feed, but it seems like, oh, maybe they are up on the hillside. Yes, this is definitely them. Ghost is also on the distance, could potentially get involved in this fight, but Lazarus, whew, deep breaths, deep breaths. The only reason I think they're still in this game is because another squad decided to get involved, and that's the power of a third party. But an outright fight, I think, about to break out here. Do they know Tricksters? I'm getting flashbacks to Tensa in a very similar situation. See how Yuya is going in, walking right in front of them, though. Trickster pulling tricks on their opponent. Trick or treat, it's spooky season, but at the same time, the Panthers not going down so easily. Moso is there to back up this scout as Frady is on the flank. XZ is going to come in with the buggy, was playing scout themselves, but will now come in to back up the squad. It looks like they will able to get one revive, but it's still a 4v3 situation.
There was definitely some miscomms there. We saw that player snake up and get a clean, free, like, just shot onto the player jumping on the rock. It should have been calmed down. Yo, get off the rock. I got a player right in front of me, but it does not go that way. So the Hitlist does lose a member. That player does get thirsted. The Panthers, of course, very quick to support their player. Gets that revive. 4v3 situation. This is another one of those hilltops that is a very strong position, but you got to take this fight quickly enough so you don't get third party. The noise is coming through. Players hear the shots. The Hitlist trying to fall back. And the longer this fight stalls out, the better it is for the Hitlist, because there's a higher chance for the Panthers to get run up on from behind.
UIU could potentially make that run, but they're actually fairly isolated here on the southwest side of the circle, so we may see a little bit of time for the Panthers to try and do their work. But Zute, I think they're of exactly the same mindset because they're pushing on in. Look at this beautiful 2-2 split on the minimap right here as Frady's looking to soften him up with some nades, taking some in return, though, so we can see Moso on the outside, going to back up, reset, see if they can find this opening knock. They're trying to take this smart. Zute, if you're the Panthers, you want to do this with no casualties.
Absolutely. 4v3, you don't need to lose one. 4v4, maybe you trade one out to get the squad wipe, but the Panthers are taking it slow. They're setting up the angles. I like how they're not just pressing straight down the middle. That'd be the most predictable route. Instead, they're flanking on both sides, trying to get that slight angle in. And that circle shift, though, ooh. I was saying I'm glad we're off the northwestern island, right, Inverum?
You did say that. You did say that. I feel like you may have jinxed it. I'm going to be honest a little bit here.
This is 3 games in a row. That's unprecedented. How many times?
Every single Sanhok game we've had this weekend has had a similar-ish circle, which is just wild. Crazy. And the Panthers are just going to, oh, are they using legal as bait? I think they're actually trying to get a real wide wrap, but it was spotted. Huge play there. As we're seeing the fight breaking out now between Yo and Pro Era. 2 squads have definitely gotten into a couple scraps so far this game. Look to take each other out before they have to rotate the rest of the way in. They're holding this western side of the circle, eastern, I should say. And neither one wants to be disturbed. They want to have this terrain all by themselves because they know more squads are going to continue to come in. Fishy, what can you do? Spray is down. Jay's going to hold the revive. Able to actually get it off. Trying to break through the door, but not able to do so. The shots come in from behind. Pro Era are extremely split, Zute. Ghost is also making their presence felt here, which means that it is not an ideal situation for Pro Era.
Ghost Gaming, slow and steady, wins the race. Just laying down low, keeping quiet, but now they're making their move. Ghost Gaming, that's one thing they're really good at as far as Sanhok goes. They move fast when they need to, and they know when to move very slow. when they need to. So a lot of teams hover in the middle ground, like Yo and Pro Era, making a move just in that midpoint, and that's when you get third party. And Ghost Gaming taking great advantage of that, already with 2 kills, probably about to pick up 3 more right here as the Yo team is getting surrounded. 2v4 situation, and they're against Ghost Gaming, and they're stuck in one singular building. That is not looking well for the Yo team.
And here comes the double peek from Ghost Gaming. Going to try and find the angles, but Spray doing a fantastic job. The turnaround, though. Zute! Wait a second. Oh, no, the nade! HH24, can they get the... Oh! So close.
Oh, my God, what a defense. What the turn, the double knock, and then the flick around to Bayo that was on the flank, and then that... Wow, okay.
All right. And I should note that the Panthers did take out the hit list on that rotation as well. So that fight, we did not see its conclusion, but it did end. And we did see them do it without taking a single loss. So the Panthers up there at the top. Quite a few. Look at this. Nova, the Panthers, Dope. I mean, Ghost. I mean, we've seen so many squads take these clean fights early. We're only the 15-minute mark, and a lot of them still have all 4 players alive, Zute. I think you're absolutely right. Teams are getting better at playing Sanhok, and I love it, because NA has always been pretty good at Sanhok in the overall global scene. We played it a lot. Hey, thanks, ESL. But now here, I feel like we're taking it to the next level.
Yeah, very, very clean fights all across the board, and it's just one team just doing better than the other, but they're doing it in a way where it's not messy. There's no casualties, and it's that is crucial on Sanhok to take those clean fights and take it early enough so that you're not in the blue zone. This next circle shift is coming up, and yep, it is indeed on that northwestern island. There is a very, very small island still in zone in the middle on that river, and Seven messaged me just now. He said, imagine water ending. We've seen it before.
We've seen it
in the Americas, and it is that island that is in zone right now. So there's a chance, but this replay.
Look at that snap.
And this turnaround. Oh, that snap. And then
so good.
Oh,
if they hadn't gotten those shots off there was a chance that Ghost could have done that for free. Not to be the case here. So close. Huge props to Spray. That was absolutely sick. Fantastic teamwork. Almost holding off Ghost Gaming nearly single-handed. Really, really impressive. As we're jumping back to live, BTOWN trying to make their way in. They are on that northwest island, but they've got to contend with Nova, UYU. Actually, props to UYU. They played a really weird, like, edge position. They were out in the blue for ages. They've snuck their way into, I would say, probably the strongest position in this next circle. How did they manage that?
It's the circle shifts. Nobody was expecting the circle shift, so everybody kind of went towards where the circle should be. UIU, of course, they had no intention of rotating at all, so they were just edging in from a random, quote-unquote, random location, and on that shift, they're like, yo, hey, we could probably just rotate straight in. Speaking about rotating straight in, the Syndicate team rotating straight in. That player, King A. Oh, was that? Don't tell me that was King A. That was King A. 7. I'm gonna let you talk about that one once we after this game. But King A not getting a single knock there. His teammates though, Drago and Baba stepping up huge right there, coming in clutch. Stevo with the grenade. So King A will also be able to get revived. I think King A just didn't know who to shoot at, maybe. I don't know.
To be fair, he shot both. Neither one basically had any HP, but the way the bullets ended up landing, neither one got knocked. Not an ideal situation. Oh, Vurex. Oh, okay. Wow, those are some seriously precise shots at range. Single tap with the M4. Dope is in a bit of a rough spot here. Those are not easy shots to hit in the water. You got to have eyes like a hawk. And,
there is a section. There is a section of water right there in Virum, if you didn't know, where you can't go underwater and you end up just standing. So I think that's what happened to that one player. It's happened to me too. But Ogilvy, they smell free kills because they're in the water, but extending a little bit too out. And none other than Ghost Gaming once again coming in on the third party, playing it very slow. They got that position on the eastern island. You see it right there. And that next shift, hey, that island, it's still in zone in Virum.
Oh, you know, 7 is smiling, hanging out, taking a look at that. That is going to be interesting to watch that cross. The teams are going to have to try and do so. UYU, they're still in a fantastic position. So taking a look at Nova, just taking down Lazarus here. A bloodbath on the high ground, but they were able to do it once again. They have 8 kills. They have cleanly made 2 squad wipes happen. Oh, man, at some point I hope we get to go back and watch the tape of that because I'm seriously impressive coming in from them. The Panthers and Ghost going at it again. Zute, this is feeling like we're developing a rivalry here between these two squads.
Oh, Frady with the pan.
Frady?
Feeling confident. I mean, if that landed, that would be play of the year. But I think the record's 1-1 right now. Ghost Gaming, we saw 2 games ago. They took one back on the Panthers. The Panthers took out Ghost yesterday, I believe, and they're fighting at it again. This time around, it's a 4v1 situation. Ghost ended up getting third party themselves, I think, when they were busy focusing on Ogilvy. Spec's probably just going to go for the first aids as none of that area is in zone, and he's got to jump into the water. But yeah, 8 first aid kits, though. That's really good. For Spec to have 8 first aid kits, given his position in that Ghost formation, I think that was preset for Spec to be further back. So
100%.
Really great job out of Ghost Gaming to plan for any situation there.
Absolutely, and especially with the competition starting to get picked off, Nova couldn't make the journey down from the cliffside, getting taken out by a combination of WallStreetBets and UYU. WallStreetBets, Steve-O will heel strat through this. UYU still have the compound, and it is still in this next circle. No island love. Sorry, Seven Worlds Gaming. It will be there on that northwest island. But UYU being a little bit blessed here, but 6 kills. They've had to defend this compound, and they've certainly done so. Props to them. XSET also, J and J7 have been able to make their way in while all of this is happening. Come on, Nemesis. Oh, okay. 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 Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Okay. Nope. Okay.
He's still not yet in zone, so he's got to run a bit further. He's got to expose himself again. He does have that rock to leapfrog too, but I don't think that's quite in zone either. UIU team, they missed those shots, but they've already been picking up a lot of kills, and most likely, I would have to give them the chicken dinner already. Not only that, they probably also have 30, 40 first aid kits if worse comes to worse, but they should be fine here. Spec right here, just dropping the last of his first aids. Maybe a top 5 finish. He's healing off again. It's a jet from BTOWN, but that's about it. And XSET lose a player, and now it's all down to J7. J7 actually from inside the water, somehow got a knock onto the TP team. Maybe he found a little spot of land. Oh, there it is. He is indeed on the land, putting some hurt onto the Panthers.
Great play here, able to try and make it in a little bit further on this cliffside. Spec still heel striding through, should have, I think, 1 first aid left if my timing is correct. And that circle centers up wide out in the open. Oh, and Ghost goes down just a second sooner. Oh, sad days. Ogilvy making that 5th place finish to 6th of Ghost. As we're seeing our top 4 teams here, and it's still looking like a great position for UYU, Zute.
Oh, J7, if he could get this double. Oh, he's trying to make the run for the water. I think he kind of misjudged the amount of time he had to make that escape, but there it goes down, J7. We're down to 3 teams. It's a jet coming in from the blue. He's about to go down. No more first aids, I imagine. But now it's between the Panthers and UYU. 2v4 situation. UYU does have the advantage, unless it's a jet. It's a jet could get it 2nd place. He's got 3 first aid kits left still.
And that's exactly going to be the case. The calm, quiet play. Able to outlive the Panthers, and
0
just
kills
like this. 0 kills.
BTOWN.
I mean, look, at the end of the day, this is a battle royale. It comes down to survival. We'll try and get a final kill point to round this out, but that's going to be the chicken dinner for UYU. Great play from them, coming in, finding a compound, holding off players. Yeah, a little bit of circle luck to back it up. But I asked the question at the start of this, will it be a team down there near the bottom? Will it be a team we haven't seen quite as much of late? The answer was absolutely yes. So props to UYU for pulling out the chicken there, doing a great job of keeping calm under pressure. Let's take a look at the overall rankings, though, Zute, and see where the rest of our teams fell into place.
UIU with that chicken dinner, of course, getting that $1,000 unexpected winner, unexpected $1,000, but of course, it was also complemented with very unexpected circle shifts. So congrats to UIU. The Panthers showing up once again right there, a total 17 points in Sanhok. Ghost Gaming looking consistent as ever, catching up a little bit to Nova, but Nova, 9 kill points. Hey, that's Nova I like to see.
100%. I mean, wow. I wish you could have got to see a little bit more of their play, but there's so many fights happening simultaneously. Let's take a look at the rest of the leaderboard. I also want to note, it's not too often we see a team on the front page, let alone in third place, with 0 kill points. So props to BTOWN for being able to hold out towards the end. Also, some props to Yo, WallStreetBets. I talked about them on day 1, Zute. 35 points is what they got. I said they can repeat that. If they can make it to that 100-point mark, they'll be in a great position. They've already passed Bop, so they're looking in a great spot. Let's take a look at the overall MVPs, though. There's a couple I think could potentially make it to that page. Is Rin here again? That's my question, Zute.
Oh, with so many kills on Nova, you would expect maybe Ren is back up here again, but he is not. Instead, Yahir coming in with 799 damage, 4 kill points. Nemesis from UIU, the Chicken Dinner team, and Spec Ghost Gaming. Obviously, Ghost Gaming always has to make an appearance here and there on the MVPs, and this time around, it is Spec.
I mean, given how well they looked over the course of this game, Zute, how many fights we saw them in, how well they were doing in third parties, I cannot say I'm surprised to see Ghost Gaming up there in our top 3. But of course, if you want to have a little better than a top 3 overall, if you want to get yourself some additional chicken, I can't guarantee this, but we're just going to go out there. You should check out the crate. Check out the PMPL fall crate here, the special crate, in fact, to get some 6 skins, because we all know, Zute, skins are for the wins.
Skins for the wins. I can't tell you, like, looking good makes you play better. It applies in real life too, right? 100%. Like if you're looking good in real life, like, I mean, you just naturally have, more self-confidence and whatnot, and that's always important. But don't go anywhere, guys. We got one more match left to go, and we will be right back after this quick short break.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to PMPL North America season number 2. We just finished the Rumble in the Jungle. It was the fighting game team, UYU, taking home the victory. And if you want to up your chances at getting victory, you should get your hands on the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro. With flagship performance, an immersive 120 hertz display, and technology made specifically for gamers, the OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro is the best way for you to climb the ladder in PUBG Mobile. Thank you to our sponsors, OnePlus. All right, a lot of times things happen. Comms get heated. And thankfully, we have ourselves a couple of former pros, but this former pro is going to break it down for us the only way he knows how, spicy, with a bit of encouragement. It's time for Hot Jukes' Hot Take. Hot Jukes, take it away.
Bien caliente. Thank you, Deco. What's up, everybody? I am back here, and I'm going to be doing a analysis on some player comms. That's right. Now, to be honest, I was just looking for an excuse to show you this play that's about to happen, because it was just absolutely insane. We got to get some footage from the players to get to actually hear their voices in the action. I've been looking forward to this. I hope you are too. Why don't we go ahead, play the clip first, and then I'll tell you guys all about it right after. Get ready.
I hear a buggy to my south. Oh, I think I'm getting full send. Yeah, I'm getting full send.
You are? Can you leave this right now?
Right now.
Give me a sec, I'm coming.
I'm coming too. They're all on me.
Just stall.
Nah, I'm dead there.
Stall for like literally.
No, I'm dead.
One up on me! He's a side shock, Let's go!
Woo! Baby! Acer coming in clutch right there. So to break down that analysis on those comms, I love to see the fact that, you know, Acer realized that he was in a very terrible situation. Carnage recognized it as well just from looking at his teammate. He said, I'm getting full sent on. Carnage instantly just said, hey, buy us some time. That means that he is on his way with the squad to help him. Acer just said, I'm dead. Now that is a viable comm, because that just straight up says that, yo, they are about to full send it on me. Personally, I would have liked a little bit more detail, but do you really need it when you got Acer in the shack pop it off like the way he did? Now, of course, it is so difficult to talk while you are hitting shots like that. So definitely nothing when it comes to that. But you saw the recognition from Carnage the second Acer got that. Now he said, there's 3 down, there's 3 knocked, and encouraging his team to go help him. Now, in typical pro player fashion, while hitting shots, getting crazy plays done, you're silent. If you get knocked, the plays and the call outs cannot be any better on the planet. That's right. You're shooting. Shot, nothing. Get knocked. Guys, he's right behind the trees. He's in the shack right here. Move over the corner. I call that, what else do I like to call? The Rolex call out, you know, and I'm telling you, it is a factor, you know, but you saw Acer instantly tell him, yo, he's in the shack. His teammate was able to come perfectly on time, and we saw an insane finish. Overall, a beautiful play, and I hope that we're going to be able to hear some more player comms like that in the future. So guys, that's all I got for you right now. Let's go ahead and take it back over to the desk to get this game started here in a bit. Let's go.
Thank you for that breakdown, Hot Jukes. Always great when you have behind the scenes and the comms between the teams, and even better when you accentuate it for us. So appreciate it, Hot Jukes. Another Hot Jukes' hot take in the books. All right, let's dive into that last map that we just saw, UYU taking the victory. Let's look at the total damage from that last one. There was a lot of carnage all over the place, and Paul had said it. There was just so much fighting early in this Sanhok, even for a Sanhok map.
I mean, yeah, and you see that reflected in these numbers across the board. Yes, Sanhok is crazy, but holy crap. I mean, across the board, Panthers are at the top with just under 1,600 damage, 7 kills, but this entire lobby was insane. I mean, UYU, obviously, the chicken dinner, but the most efficient with their damage as well. Here, too, you see that they're just barely past that 1K damage mark, but they still have 10 kills, and that's a massive amount of points for this squad as well. Same thing with Nova, 9 kills, and they went out a little bit early, but that's a ton of points to be adding to their overalls for today. And then back up at the top, I mean, Ghost, always heavy with their damage today so far. Ogilvy, yet again, up here, huge, though, in the middle of all of this, 7. Both Dope and Yo getting 5 more kills and a lot of damage to their name.
Definitely two of the squads that we've been calling out this whole day, especially considering that it is the last day of this super weekend. And then we move on to UYU, the winners of that last game. They were able to pretty much just clutch up and just take all those kills as people had to swim to them. We saw Jay Simmons trying to kind of sneak up on them. At least he was able to do some damage. And then we have at the end, Pro Era. They ended up with 676 damage, but sadly for them, they were not able to convert any of those into actual kills or points.
Yeah, you know, hoping that for Pro Era, Hugh's going to be able to pick it on up. He really, really needs to do so, because with a name like that, you need to be able to back up your words. So, or back it up with play. All right, UIU BTOWN. These are two squads that are fighting on the leaderboard as we take a look at their graphics from today. They're trying to get as many points as they can so they don't have to worry about some of those teams behind them bumping them out of the final weekend here, 7.
They definitely are. I mean, currently, I believe in the leaderboard, they're separated by 35 points. BTOWN, you can see they've been able to do the most damage, but UYU doesn't fall back from it as they've been able to pick up the most kills with 14 kills. And then when we go to average survival time, overall, BTOWN has had that handily with 21 minutes. And with BTOWN, I feel like I have to give a huge shout out to Kura, who has been able to put up 626 damage to 6 kills. That conversion right there for a player is amazing to see. You can see also BTOWN has had to heal up more. The assists going for UYU, and both of them sitting at 10 knocks, so not bad. And from BTOWN, I was gonna say Isajat. There you go. That I got them confused. Isajat, 3 kills, 1,000 damage. And from UYU, it was Kura there with 626. And another player that doesn't fall behind is Salt from UYU. He's been able to put up 667 damage with 3 kills, 4 knocks, and 2 assists. So overall, for UYU, this is a great performance. This is something that is gonna kind of put some pressure off of them going into the final week of league play, because if they don't qualify, at least they're setting themselves up very nicely on that leaderboard, giving themselves some cushion in case they don't qualify.
Yeah, so solid stuff there by Trey and the boys from UYU. Again, just been waiting for more performances like that, and it's been difficult today because in maps 1, 2, and 3, and we noted it, the casters noted it, it's been a lot of the old guard, other than XSET, getting themselves in the top 5, top 6, and then we get like a little showdown between the squad. So hopefully more success for teams like BTOWN, more teams like UYU will build them confidence to try and work their way on into the top dog conversation, just like Ogilvy has been able to. All right, let's take a look at the round schedule as we have one more left. It's just Erangel. So we're going to show you it's Erangel. You know it's Erangel, but yeah, you'll have it on your screen there. Bam. Erangel is the one coming up next. And casters, you know what the question is. Who's going to take this next one? So Glitter, I'll start with you. Who's going with the chicken dinner in our last one?
Honestly, at this point, I'm hoping that Ogilvy does it.
Yes, I'll go with that one. Ogilvy.
You're double Ogilvying today. You're just feeding off of Glitter Damus's energy. You're just Glitter Damus copying here, 7. Where's 7 Damus? What happened to your picks, man?
I did. I called one earlier, and I mean, I ended up exit too. What you mean?
All right. You guys want to get into the conversation? Use the hashtag PMPL across all social media platforms. Who's going to win this final game? Let us know right now. And to get into it, let's throw it to our casters for the final map of the day. Zute and Paul and Verum Toddkill. It's Erangel time. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Degon and the analysts. Fantastic breakdown as always. Hearing the player comms is always so much fun because teams are different in Zute. Some squads are super loud, they get really into it. Others are a little more calm, a little more quiet, a little more collected. What's your personal preference when it comes to team communication style?
Oh, well, I mean, you need a balance. You need a balance of both. If everyone's too quiet, you sometimes miss potential, like, important information. And I was on a team with Carnage, and I love hearing Carnage come in. He hasn't changed at all. The rest of the team, just, like, so focused on helping out Acer, but of course Carnage just hyper focused on the kill feed as, you know, Acer's fighting, and Hotchicks broke it down. Acer didn't have, you know, time to call out what's happening when he's in a 1v4 situation, but the second that third knock come out, Carnage's voice rings through. He lets Leon know, he lets the rest of his team know. He just got 3, go, 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 go. And like, it doesn't seem like, you know, that comment in itself really, you know, change the outcome of the fight. But when you have comms like that, if you have a voice, at least just one voice like that on a team, when you're playing a tournament for like X amount of games, like 40 plus games, you don't know how many times those comms in particular from a certain player does actually come in huge and comes in clutch for the team.
100%. Having someone who can help be that voice to help rally the squad, you feel the energy through the screen. And in that case, helping to get in where fractions of seconds are going to play a huge factor there. So again, that was such a sick moment. Glad we got to see it live, and fun to hear back. I hope we get more of those. Those are fun segments. I like those a lot. Player comms, always exciting. As we get into our fifth and final game of the day, hey, maybe 19 Esports will be one of those squads to step up, have a crack at that chicken dinner. As we take a look at this plane path, due to the nature of it, Zute, no one down there on Military Island, so not seeing any of those fun potential scraps between the Panthers and 19 like we've seen in the past. Quite a few teams have a decent spot at where they want to go, but also some backup plans here, like the Panthers XSET as well, unable to get down towards Milta and that whole eastern side. So we'll see how that affects some of this early game here. And I'm taking a look at the middle of the map, Zute, and is that WallStreetBets and Ghost?
WallStreetBets is a bit north of Ghost Gaming. They're doing like a kind of split.
Where is King A?
King A. I'm looking at
a trick
the map.
question.
Oh,
it's a trick question. He is in Pachinki. He is in Pachinki.
That's why you said WallStreetBet. Oh,
Yes.
I see it now. I am actually like scooched right up into my monitor. That is King
in the middle of your
A.
screen. That is King A. That is
He's
that's
not in
Ghost.
he's not in Pachinki though, because his name is above the Ghost members. But
he's close.
He's somewhere. Oh, he's in a car. He's
Okay.
in a car and he's
There you
driving
go.
back up to
He's just
his
chilling.
teammates. All right, so that was interesting.
That was stressful,
to say the
was
least.
stressful.
But all right, Wall Street. No, so no fighting early on. XSET, they found their car. I don't know if they're going to drive all the way down back to Milta. Probably. I think they're just looking for more vehicles, and then they're going to continue looting. If they keep going this way, though, they should know UIU does a split loot around here, and maybe that's exactly what they're looking for. But kill switch, no weapons at all. So yeah, they're just looking for some cars here. Find a buggy. All is good for XSET. They should be able to make it to where they want to loot. Speaking of which, that first circle for Erangel is such a vanilla circle that I almost feel like it will impact the game in a sense, because I feel like the first circles on every map that we've seen so far, it's come up in a way where it's like shifted to one side enough where teams get a faint idea of what positions and how the game might play out. But with this circle just dead in the center of the map, I almost feel like as a caster looking at it, for me, I have like zero clue on how this game is going to play out at all, because it's just like right there, you know, just like almost like the whole map is in zone in a sense.
Well, as someone who's been around the casting block a few times, I can tell you often how these go. Is that we're going to be kicking back, relaxing for about another 10
That's
minutes
true.
or so. Quite often, we're going to be chilling for just a hot minute here, because teams are going to be able to push in towards the middle. Unless we see some unscouted compound breach and shenanigans, there's a very good chance that we just see a very quiet, relaxed, calm early game. A couple teams will creep in from the edge. Most will center up, try and find some power positions, but it's pretty unlikely that we see too much early action. Of course, as I say that, I hope for the opposite, Because look, while there's definitely a lot that's been going on this last weekend, and there's certainly a lot we can talk about, it is certainly exciting to cast some early game team fights. But overall, Zute, as we get into the final game of the weekend, I do want to get some of your overall thoughts on how you think things have went, and are you kind of surprised or not at how the overall standings have turned out?
I think everything is just coming into balance. So to say, the first Super Weekend, yeah, we saw some upsets, some top teams not having a great top performance, but heading into week 2 and, you know, after week 3 is set to done, I think everything is falling into balance. Like, our top 5 teams are, you know, some of the big 5 names. Of course, Ogilvy making a really, that's a huge surprise appearance right there. Ogilvy currently just sitting in 5th place overall. But I think the Super Weekend has gone great. We've seen the adaptations. We've seen the difference, a huge difference between the teams with how the teams played in week 1 coming into week 2. The more experienced teams, of course, showing up more in week number 2, which is to be expected. We've seen adaptations from the top teams playing more confident, playing more aggressive, or even just playing more smart with their rotations as they figure out where everyone else drops.
I could not agree more. I think, you know, these are the teams: Nova, Ghost, XSET, 19 Esports. If you were to say coming into this, the teams with the most history, the most pedigree, the most experience, and the most expectations, I would have definitely put them. I think the biggest outlier for me is Knights. And Knights are almost 100 points off that number 1 spot. And yes, I know they did make a change to the roster. On paper, I think it's, you know, bringing in another star player like Xenox. Hey, great, you know, add to that play. But I'm almost wondering if it's taking them a little bit longer to get everything rolling than they were expecting here. Because, you know, if I would have put them sort of in that top 5 as well, maybe in place of Ogilvy, that would have been exactly the top 5 teams that I had in my books coming into this.
I would agree. And you mentioned Xenox, right? The newest person onto the team, and he is a very big player. I feel like when you add in a huge star player onto the team, it changes the dynamic quite a bit. And so the Knights are so readjusting to it. I'm not saying it was a bad decision by any means, because Xenox, I mean, we've seen what Xenox can do. I would put Xenox on my team any day. And Carnage right there picking up a nice quick one onto Drago. I don't think WallStreetBets is going to be able to revive that one. The WallStreetBets actually extremely separated as we see another fight that WallStreetBets is taking. The Knights crashing straight onto them. I almost feel like the Knights could kind of tell WallStreetBets is not a full team here. Thus, the super aggressive crash. And it's going to be a defense for Baba. And I think the other person here, King A, the man himself.
I mean, WallStreetBets just walked into a meat grinder. Downed by a member of 19, killed by a member of Lazarus, followed up by the entirety of the Knight squad. They are just in an awful spot. And I talk about, you know, we don't often see these early game fights because teams are a little bit more aware. Well, Knights was certainly aware that there was a squad here. This was 100% intentional. They are trying to capitalize on the early game lack of pressure by exerting their own. As Baba is going to go down. No Baba OP here. All comes down to King A is able to trade. No. And just like that, it seems like WallStreetBets only down to a single player. Where's the last one left alive? They're out there somewhere.
He had to make that quick U-turn when Drago went down. He could not rotate to the rest of this team, so he's trying to just stay alive, snaking it out somewhere. He's actually in Watertown right there. You see on your screen real quick. Yeah, WallStreetBets down to 1. You were predicting them to get 100 points, and they needed a couple more points to hit that 100-point mark.
10 more. 10
this
more.
The last game.
Just a little shy. Look, who knows? Maybe, hey, we've seen Steve-O, longtime Passion Fruit member. We've seen them play some high-stakes situations before. We'll see what they can do. Just seeing more fights break out between UIU and XSET and Zute. I love the fact that I'm wrong looking at this. I love the fact that we're getting early action. I love the fact that the teams are getting wise, that this is the time to fight. And a team like XSET, who's known for their early game aggression, is continuing to lay on that pressure. And Polo's going in with a double-barreled shotgun because why not? When you're as good as Polo is. UIU is trying to hold on hot off that win on Sanhok. They need to see if they can keep the momentum rolling as XSET is rolling in on them. Priming these nades. Zute looking for these opening kills.
The XSET is looking great. They have a 2-1-2-1 right now, isolating both of the solo players with their man advantage. And of course, the util always on point. 4v1 situation. Krua is all that's left. You see him going back and forth. He has no idea where to look as he gets surrounded. And XSET taking out UIU very early on. And that shotgun. So J7's got M16 UMP. Not the best, most ideal combo. Polo, I know he sometimes likes using the shotgun, but I don't think he meant to. He has that on purpose for the rest of the game. XSET, I would bet my money on it. We saw them veer off UIU in the very beginning, but they definitely did not fully loot Melta, as they went and hunt UIU down right there. Nova, oh man, last game of the day. You asked for it. Early game fights. Well, here it is, Paul. Nova pushing in super aggressive, not working out though, as the Knights shut that one down. Nova down to 2 players. Knights with 4 players still up.
Yeah, I think Ghost was getting some third-party shots in on them. They sort of were forced to make a call. Do we push into this compound? And the answer was yes. Unfortunately for them, the Knights was already in position. The Knights were already there. Now Xenox is moving up to put some pressure down on the G-Fon, who they know is behind this rock. And you can see the shots coming in from all angles. And that is going to be the case. As you can see, Ghost potentially cresting that rise as well, which means that Rin, the last one, it always seems to come down to Rin, who has been able to put up some seriously impressive performances, though. But we'll see if the Knights are aware that they are not alone here. Zute, XSET, Ghost, so many squads close by.
Oh my god, and now XSET taking shots onto Ghost while Ghost was about to third party the Knights when the Knights try to confirm that thirst, and this is the center of the map. This is why it's so chaotic. And Evrim, you lied to me. You said it was going to be very quiet in the first 10 minutes. This is not quiet. I think you forgot to take into account that this is the last match of the day, and especially the last match of the Super Weekend, and anytime it's the last match. These players, they're warmed up. They're fully warmed up and ready to go, ready to fight, and this is what we're seeing right now.
Do you remember what I said at the end of that sentence, Zute? I said, I hope that's not the case. And we absolutely had it delivered, because this is what I was hoping for. This is what I want to see teams do. I want to see teams be confident in their gun skill and their ability to apply pressure, in their map knowledge of other teams' rotations, for them to feel confident to take these early game fights. Because if you remember back to the last PMPL, it was XSET who pioneered a new way of playing in the early game rule that we saw. They would often, if they hadn't wiped a squad by the 8-minute mark, something was horribly wrong. They were doing so much to take these early game fights, and we're seeing that same energy coming in now as squads are starting to gain that confidence and overall map knowledge and awareness of these rotations that allow them to feel comfortable to take these more drawn-out extensive fights without getting third party. But of course, the flip side of that, Zute, if we keep rolling down that hill, is that teams know that the other squads know, so they'll continue to outpace them, rotate even further to get those third parties that we aren't necessarily as used to seeing, which is part of the reason why we've seen so many fights here in game number 5. It's all one big mind game. That's a battle royale, and Zute, you love to see it.
That circle shift goes center again. And a quick note, that graphic that just popped up on the screen, the top 5 fraggers overall, not a single one of them is on the same team. The top 5 each have one member from a team representing them, and
insane.
I think that's so cool to see. We have like one player coming in huge for every team right now as far as the top 5 fraggers go. That's something that I'm not used to seeing. Usually there's at least 2 to 3 from one team because they're just dominating. But I think the competition in NA has evolved to a point where you have multiple teams with players on each of those multiple teams that really know how to show up for the team, and the synergy is just really coming together for so many teams. It's great to see an NA that's very competitive and not lopsided.
I was thinking the exact same thing. This just speaks volumes to the health of the scene overall. It's not one powerhouse roster. It's not one, oh, they're obviously going to win. It's multiple squads with multiple top-tier players like we're seeing now from Dope. Casper making the other team Ghost, and I'm not talking about Ghost Gaming, as Dope is trying to push on in. 2 players here from BTOWN looking to make the ascent. They hear the footsteps from Casper. The blue is pushing in as well. This stage, not going to do too much damage. So we'll see how the shots come. That's not the right weapon. However, the teammate comes in, is able to help put them down. And just like this, Dope Esports, it comes down to Callow. It comes down to Grave, and Grave will not have it, Zute.
BTOWN with a clean wipe right there. They'll get that full reset. They are in the blue, but pick up 4 guaranteed kill points. This, I want to say too early on, but early and on enough that they're not getting third-partied or have too difficult of a rotation. That's a nice change for BTOWN. I think that's a great confidence booster right there. Syndicate on your screen right now, just rotating in onto the edge of zone. Meanwhile, I think almost every team has made it into zone. We're only, by the way, guys, going into circle number 4. It feels like we're nearing the end game with how much action and how fast everything's been ramping up. But there's still a huge portion of the circle left to play in, and I think a lot of these teams might just take a chill pill on this next one.
Zute, I love how this game has evolved, not just in this map, not just in this weekend, not just in the PMPL, the competitive meta as a whole. So many teams looking to pick up these kill points, because something we talked about before, the idea that you have to be able to match placements and kill points. The best teams are the ones that have a great balance of both over these long, drawn-out events like the PMPL. And I love the fact that teams are really starting to prioritize those kill points, because they do really make such a difference. As we're seeing Rin, the last player standing for Nova, crossing paths with Polo there. XSET may put an end to Nova's journey, especially with this hard shift. Oh my goodness. Are we going to get a school finish?
I hope so. What I'm more excited for is 19 Esports. That position, I love it. They're going to get a lot of rotators through that hillside. I want to see if they could pick up some kills. And I'm also curious if Knights right there, are they going to crash straight into one of those shacks? The Knights holding a 2-2 split. And when you get dead center circle, you got to readjust that because you're going to get full crash. And 19 Esports, I think a little bit too slow as Xenox gets an opening onto Carnage. I just saw towards the very end of it, 19 Esports was about to do that adjustment, but a second too slow, and they lose Carnage. Now it's a 4v3, and in this position, you might want to take advantage, and you might not, because another team might just crash in, and it's the XSET team driving in, trying to get at least one run over. That was 4 cars, not a single hit, not a good look for XSET, and XSET gets completely demolished. Kill switch, last one left, takes that 1v1, but and just like that, the Knights up to 9 kills. I love
not
the
a single one goes down
out of these teams.
I mean, that was crazy. Every single player just drove right through like we're seeing right there. The vehicle play is not coming to fruition. The defenders able to hold strong, able to sidestep, able to get the shots where they need to be. The Hitlist is looking to stand strong against the Panthers. What is this game, Zute? The teams are not slowing down. Quite literally, pedal to the metal as a big nade to come in there. Both teams will try and reset. Oh, and will they be able to do so? Trickster, a little bit out in the open. Oh, what? Oh, no way. He just watched him do it. Zute, he just watched him do it.
I mean, he got it off. Oh, Chico gets knocked and thirsted with that grenade. So 19 Esports. I love the proactiveness. I love the proactiveness. Yes, the Knights had the XSET team to deal with real quick, and they finished it fast, but 19 Esports are not just tucking their heads in. They're still trying to get an opening or at least leverage the numbers back to an even state, and it is now a 3v3 between these two teams. And I think now they're just going to be neighbors as all the chaos for those two teams has blown over, and the Panthers doing a little Eskimo kiss right there with their vehicles. I don't think that was intended, but the fight on the edge of the zone on the opposite end is still not over yet.
Very much not. Both teams taking quite a bit of damage with the nades, but Chatchi just does a little bit more as Moso is ready to go in. So great job scouting and setting up for the team. That's another knock. The Panthers looking absolutely incredible here. They did trade one back through all this, though. But this is the opportunity for the Hitlist to try and hold them off. That nade will not ring true. Chatchi pops out with a double peek from the Panthers. And with that wrap, I mean, they did such a great job. They stayed in their vehicles. They came in, they scouted, relayed the info to the team. That allowed for the opening knocks of the nades. And then when push comes to shove, when the knocks come through, Zute, they have no hesitation to execute.
I mean, I did a deep dive analysis on this team on the fight that they did against Ghost the other day and how they took it over. They're doing the same exact thing. Once again, you'll notice they open up with one, and then they slow everything down to get more information. They know they have the man advantage, and once they get that clear info, they figure out how the defense has been readjusted on the other team. They go for that second knock, and the second that second knock comes again, just like in the fight against Ghost Gaming, they ramp it up, they close it out real quick, and the Panthers full reset, don't lose a single player. I mean, it's a formula, and it is working for the Panthers team in that fight.
100%. They've got a game plan, they stick to it, and they execute it. And because of that, because of their ability to get in the reps, it gets cleaner every single time. But something that's not going to be clean, it's going to be a bit of a messy exit here. Is this fight that has to break out at some point between Lazarus and BTOWN. This school ain't big enough for the two of us, as we're seeing them right on top of each other and right on the edge of this zone. Zute, something's got to give.
Yeah, it's going to be a pool party, and BTOWN is going to self-invite themselves into that pool party. Lazarus, maybe they're sending that invitation over too, because it looks like Lazarus, they're ready to pick up some of those kill points. It's going to be a 4v4 right there. That circle did shift 19 Esports and the Knights still in zone, so they're going to chill a little bit more and be neighbors. The Panthers, of course, playing from the edge, very familiar with not getting the circle there. And you saw right there, they send one car out, get the info, figures out, yeah, there's a team to our left. I wouldn't be too surprised if they somehow, take out this Pro Era team as they work themselves into the circle. It is a little bit tricky, though, as the blue zones are already closing, so they'll have less time to work with.
Yeah, and you can see Mosa doing a scout of the overlook where 19 Knights and now Syndicate as well already are. This is a very powerful position. I think for Legal at this point, just have to get out and try and survive, as Mosa has been able to make a foothold for them in this next circle. Focus on the next fight. Don't take this one on the edge with Pro Era. That's exactly the play. They're resetting as the fight is potentially breaking out at the pool as well. At school, so many fights, Zute. We are not going to be able to keep track of them at all. It is going to be absolute bedlam.
I think what we just saw between Pro Era and the Panthers is experience. Pro Era sneaks one member in early on, sets up a good defense, and now they're able to gatekeep out the rest of the Pro Era team. Meanwhile, the other three kept the pressure onto Pro Era to make sure they don't just all full send and lose players. But all these smokes, it could still work out for Pro Era. It's not all said and done, but the Panthers getting a step ahead of the Pro Era team.
So Panthers originally had laid down some smoke to get themselves cover, but now Pro Era are adding their own smokes into the mix to give them an avenue to try and wrap around. I love this position from Pan in particular because they have some hard cover with those rocks to work with. Well, the Panthers, they've got to make their own as the fight is still breaking out slow and steady on the bottom right of your screen. But let's focus up here as Pro Era are making the assault. Great shots there from Legal, not quite able to get the knock. Picks the wrong side of the tree to focus in on, but Pro Era are in shambles. Look at those HP bars, and that's just gonna be it. It all comes down to Hugh. Will they be able to get it doesn't even matter. The nade is there, and just like that, the Panthers, a heads-up play, a smart out-rotate, a great gatekeep, and just like this, their biggest competitor on the outside of the circle, Zute, they're gone.
That was beautiful. Back to back, we see them edge in, take a straight 4v4, and then in a very tricky situation, Blues on their back, the team's on their side, they played that one to perfection as well, not losing a single player, and now they're gatekeeping out the Syndicate team. This Panthers team, this is the Panthers in prime form right now. 8 clean kills already. They did end up losing Moso, though, probably maybe to a third party from distance, as all the rest of the teams, they're looking uphill, and the Panthers, well, they got smoked down, but it is not hard to cover.
As they're experiencing right now, I wouldn't be surprised if Ogilvy did end up getting into the mix. The Panthers and Ogilvy, the two teams that I wasn't as familiar with coming into this, all in all, but Zute, they still made a name for themselves. Great shots from Brain. Syndicate, the other squad up there saying, look, we are going to be the next big name in North America. We're going to be the next team We're going to be the next 19E, the next Ghost. Every single one of these teams is fighting on the outside. That's where they want to be as they are in this next circle as the fights continue on. Oh, beautiful play from Coops. The molly to force him out behind cover and the shots to wrap it all up with a bow. 11 kills for the Knights, Zute. Coops with 1,100 damage? Are you out of your mind?
I mean, I'm not even surprised at this point. It's Coops, right? It is Coops. And the next team that they're going to have to press in on is going to be this 19 Esports team. And the timing for Ogilvy to get a knock onto 19 Esports could not have worked out any better for the Knights, as the Knights are going to press into 19 Esports. I don't know if the Knights are able to figure out the kill feed, as it is kind of, hidden with the team players, whatnot, that one of the Knights member is, or one of the 19 Esports members down, but Acer with the beautiful grenade, 3v2 situation now in Syndicate, third partying this push from the Knights. It's not looking too good for the Knights right now.
No, it is not. They're going to have to try and survive. The molly barely doesn't reach behind that tree. Also want to note that the two teams fighting at the pool, well, they all ended up sinking. Not a single player made it out of school, it seems, as we're focused entirely up here on the hill. Alucard, normally the anchor player. This time, Zute going to push themselves forward and getting punished for it. The third party from Ogilvy now looking to be in a prime position as Coops falls as well. The Knights are not long for this Worlds.
The Knights just down to none as they get taken out completely right there. We're down to 3 teams. I think somebody said that they wanted to give a win over to Ogilvy. And Ogilvy, with 4 players alive, the only 4-man team coming from the side that's the least contested. 19 Esports with a great position, but now they're kind of choked in as Ogilvy is getting the angles. Ogilvy, the only mistake they can make now is being a little bit too greedy and overexposing themselves too early on, as there is a third team, Syndicate, at the top of the hill.
Syndicate could play spoiler to either side. Only 3 kills, but they've done a good amount of damage. And making here to the top 3, they've got to be pleased with this performance. 19E was the team I was looking for to come in this final Erangel game, and they have done a fantastic job of getting to this position early and holding on strong. But Ogilvy, with this 2-2 split, Zute are going to look to take it from them, but it all comes down to Syndicate. Up there on the high ground, they have to push their way in. Which team will they run into? Which team will they potentially throw off the back of the wagon?
I'm just hoping the other 2 Ogilvy players can make it into zone safely without getting knocked. They already did a good job of putting 2 players closer into zone to keep up the pressure, at least, but that's a big rotation for that last player to make. Ogilvy, they do have a car for that player, Vayne, right now, getting heavily focused, and he's getting caught in the blue, has to run in the open, and Ogilvy, this is definitely a throw if they don't get all 4 players in. Does make it through a little bit, as 19 Esports are now focusing on the Syndicate team.
I mean, I got to give props to Vayne there. You're right. A lot of eyes on him, but was able to find a line behind the tree ahead of the blue. Still has to crawl their way in, but I think they might be able to do it. They're all just trying to balance the aggro from up top on the hill and right in front of them with 19E. Ogilvy, slow and steady as Khan is danger close. Does Asen even know? I'm not sure, but he knows where Brain is. Here comes the nade, and yes, with that motion, Asen point-blank range. Khan is going to go down. That's a key. Remember, that's a linchpin for Ogilvy controlling this high ground position. And Zute, it could all start to slip away.
Oh, man. When you're playing on the off-edge positions, right, you got to play more passive. You're the linchpins. Like you said, you don't have to make a play. You're just there to be the stabilizers. The players that should be looking a little more aggressive are more towards the middle, where the entry point isn't as weak. So that was a little bit of a throw, but it's not over yet. As the other side of things, Verex realizes, hey, we're down a member. We lost 1 member on our side. I got to make a move, or this game's slowly going to slip out of our hands. And Verex, with that grenade, this could come in very huge. Does it connect? He lets it go, tosses it in, and it does indeed get Sam, Leon, and Acer still up for the team, though.
And this is the go button moment for Glaz. Sees the player running up, knows they're in a bad spot, and that's the nade from Virex. The first one connects, and the second one will seal the deal. And it all comes down to this, a 2v3. While all that was going on, Syndicate was able to get the reset of the player that was knocked. They have the high ground position, but Ogilvy have the next zone. Syndicate will have to crawl to them.
When the high ground is in this type of situation, you are at a disadvantage because players can see your head peek through the grass. But if you look at this point of view from Brain, he's looking downhill. All he can see is grass. And we saw Ogilvy lose that fight before, where it was like they had the high ground, but it worked against them. And right there with that knock, it definitely works in the favor of them. 3v1 situation. Glitter Damas strikes again. I do think it was Glitter that predicted Ogilvy, and there Ogilvy cleaned it out. I'm so happy this Ogilvy team finally got their second chicken dinner, and they got one last Super Weekend. They finally get one today on the last match. And Virex with 7 kills. Great job. I'm in the Discord chat talking about getting a chicken dinner for the longest time this Super Weekend, and they finally get it on the last one.
I mean, they've been looking so good, so consistent, but just not up there at the top. Well, this time they were able to do just that. Please, Glitter. I'm serious, like lottery ticket. Come on. I'm not encouraging gambling, but you've been just absolutely nutty with these predictions. Just saying. Oh, also, the Knights up there with those 11 kills. 19 Esports, despite surviving so far into it, only actually picking up 3 kills through all of that. Zute, I think it's probably my biggest surprise on this whole page.
I mean, we saw 2 shack positions. One is better than the other as far as lines of sight goes, and that one, the Knights prioritized that one. So that's where the Knights picked up all the kills. But 19 Esports, hey, they made it up in terms of placement points going into the second page. One thing I'm surprised is XSET. Like, I thought, they were going to start popping off on the last day. That's what happened the last Super Weekend. they definitely did not pop off the same way, but not too bad as they still keep themselves in like the top 3, so to say. Nova Esports, 1 point. Not a good last game for them.
But speaking of last games, Zute, I think the highest damage we've had in this entire tournament is just over 1,300 damage. And in one game, we saw 2 players put up over 1,200 damage. This is absolutely insane. This is more damage than we see entire teams do on entire days of gameplay. And Virex and Coops did just that. Absolute craziness from these 2 players. Standouts absolutely for their respective squad. I mean, Ogilvy have a couple actually. Of course, Knights do as well. So just wild here at the very end. The 2 teams though, Yo and Dope, down there on that second page, the 2 teams that need to do a little bit better. Zute, did they do enough? That's the question as this Super Weekend is drawing to a close. Back to the regular league play, and of course, back to our analysts to break it all down.
The OnePlus 9 Pro.
The OnePlus 9 Pro. Oh my god, this phone feels incredible. The best processor, 120 hertz, 12 gigs of RAM, and a Hasselblad camera. What more could you want?
The hyper touch on this bad boy is phenomenal.
The best model of OnePlus phone I have used to date.
Welcome back to PMPL North America, season number 2, cool down here after 5 games. Glitter Damus and 7 Damus strike again. They get it right. Ogilvy win that final map. I don't know what they've been eating. I don't know what they've been thinking, but they've been able to be right insane amounts of time. If you want to level up your gear, your swag, and try to get on the same swag level as my analysts, here's some keys for you. We got some OnePlus keys. 1,000 will be given away for the parachute and for a t-shirt. You'll see it below on the screen right there. Plug it in. First come, first serve. Get yourself some swag and get on the same level as the 7 Worlds Gaming and Glitter Explosion conclusion with some in-game prizes. All right, y'all, time to take a look at the overall. It's been 15 games this weekend. Who moved up? Who moved down? We have a pretty good idea on some of these top teams. There it is, Nova and Ghost. XSET finally able to get some points here. And then Ogilvy almost catch XSET with that last chicken dinner there, Seven.
Yes, they do. And I'm happy for that because as Sute was saying, Ogilvy is currently celebrating. They're finally stopped being the bridesmaid. They became the bride. They were able to take the actual 1K prize in that last one. And XSET, to be honest, for an interesting super weekend that they had, they didn't really fall off that much. For them to be able to maintain themselves there within third place and 305 points, it's not bad. But then they do need to worry because Ghost Gaming is starting to pick it up. Ghost Gaming is starting to get into form for the finals, and I wouldn't be surprised if maybe we do end up seeing them in first place like Sute and a lot of the casters have them being. We do have 19 Esports there with 290 points. We also have the Panthers, the team that was at 1 point first place in this overall leaderboard. They have fallen all the way down to 279.6 place. And then we have Knights, Glitter Knights, even though they haven't really been the flashiest, they've been able to at least be consistent with kills.
Yeah, they have been in our top damage or top kills time and time again, so huge performance for them. Syndicate rounding out the top 8 where those points start to drop down. And BTOWN Esports, they're in 9th place. UYU now having jumped above Lazarus with their points, so that's for the final leap of the day. It's a nice little way to chip away at some of those points. Mazexis actually held on 7. They didn't drop down to 13th. They managed to hold on as pro era.
Oh,
and
hey.
the hit. Wait a second.
Technically, I mean, they're tied, right?
Yeah, I was gonna say they're tied. I saw that too. I was like, hold on, that was confusing. All right, we'll take it. We'll give it to you. I'll take that. And then WallStreetBets being the only team that was able to jump above Boring Protocol, but at the end, 7, in those final moments, Dope Esports jumping above the Illuminati.
Yeah, that's a big one. And I mean, for this one, I do want to mention something. Pro Era and the Hitlist, they have 30 games each apiece, and they're currently being sandwiched by teams that are only 15th place. This next week of league play, oh boy, there's just so many teams that need to be able to make it into the next super weekend because everything is just so close and you really don't know what's going to happen here. For Dope Esports, as you were saying, for Dope Esports to be able to jump up over the Illuminati, I think that's huge. I think that's a confidence boost because if I remember right, I think on the first day of the super weekend, they were only able to get something along the likes of just 6 points. So not honestly, actually 21 points. So not bad for them to be able to finish here with 62 points. We do have Yo there being able to close it out 50 points. I can say I'm not going to be sleeping tonight. I'm definitely going to be excited for Tuesday. I cannot wait to see which one out of these teams are not going to make it. You guys are probably going to be picking the teams that are going to be making it to next super weekend. I want to be a little bit toxic. I'm probably just going to be picking the teams that I don't think are going to make it to the next super weekend.
Ooh, that is toxic. Why would you do that, Seven? Why don't you just support the teams and hope that they find success? Because when you find success in super weekend, you could take home some money. Glitter, it's time for the money meter for super weekends. Let's see who has jumped on up with some chicken dinner winners. Obviously, we can't populate them all, I think, so we'll see how many that we're able to see near the top.
I mean, XSET still holding on to that lead with $5,000 worth of chicken dinners here so far, but Nova is now almost catching up to them. $4,000 in Nova's pockets, which is huge for them. They had an incredibly stellar performance this entire super weekend, so huge shout out to them. And then moving on down the list goes Panthers and 19 Esports still with those $3,000 worth of chicken dinners. Ogilvy, Knights, and Syndicate in the $2,000 area. And like you said, there are, of course, more chicken dinners that you can see when we go through our overall, but we just can't fit everybody on up here. So these are the top of our money earners so far for the super weekends.
Yeah, I'll give the quick shout out to a couple of them because a team like UYU that got their first chicken dinner today also goes home with $1,000. Dope Esports LLC got themselves a chicken dinner. Hitlist also with one more, and I'm trying to see. I think that those are all of our teams that were able to get at least one of them. Oh, BTOWN. BTOWN has 2 chicken dinners. I completely forget they also have themselves. Yeah. No, Mazexes don't. They don't have a chicken dinner during Super Weekend. They were super consistent. That's why I was like, oh yeah, they'll get the chicken dinner in Super Weekend number 2. It'll happen. They didn't make Super Weekend number 2. It didn't happen. All my picks have been incorrect. All of their picks have been great. That's why they are the experts, and I'm the guy that gets them from one spot to the next. This will be my last broadcast for PMPL, everybody. Thank you so much for making it amazing for me. It'll be FDOT leading the way next time. And the only reason why there is a next time is because of our sponsor, OnePlus, with flagship performance and technology like HyperTouch made specifically for gamers with an immersive 120 hertz display. The OnePlus 9 and OnePlus 9 Pro are your best shot at climbing the ladder. Guys, it's been great. Let's close out with a closing statements of Super Weekend at number 2. Let's start with you, Sam.
WallStreetBets. I mean, WallStreetBets deliver for me. I had to give him a shout out. Baba, you were finally able to step it out. By the way, for everybody watching on YouTube chat, I actually got a chance to talk to Baba. There's no beef. I'm just over here doing my job. So quit being haters, all right? Don't let Mustache Dave be leading you guys into a riot on my Instagram. But if you guys do want to follow me, the 7WG on Instagram. Glitter, what's yours?
Mine's Glitter Explosion with an X.
Degon, what's yours?
For the explosion.
At Degon. Nice and easy.
There you go. Go follow all of us.
All right, Glitter. How about your closing statement?
What I liked about this Super Weekend is that we've really started to see the cream of the crop rising to the top. I mean, this is what we were hoping for. We wanted to see those big names having those big performances, and I feel like now we're kind of in a good groove where we're getting that. So final week, this is going to be a big deal because there are going to be up to 8 teams potentially battling it out to, really need to make their way into the Super Weekend to qualify in for finals. So this is going to get a little crazy.
It'll be very crazy. It's been a great foray back into PUBG Mobile for myself. I'm very excited to see who will step up and qualify for the final Super Weekend and then the finals. All right, everyone, that'll do it for Super Weekend number 2 here at PMPL North America season number 2. On behalf of myself, the casters, and the entire live broadcast crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll catch you Tuesday for league play for week number 3. See ya.